nourished this land for millennia.
Later this morning. And I'll ask our committee coordinator to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Here.
Councillor Vice Chair Curry. Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Okay, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. We have minutes from meeting number 7, September 14th, 2023. Are the minutes carried? Thank you. We have 4 items on the agenda today, and we have a presentation on each one of them, and we have speakers on the first one. We have the OC Transpo update for rail, bus, and paratranspo. We have the root cause review for the LRT disruption, incidents affecting LRT vehicles and services, and we'll wrap up today with a report on sponsorship of transit services. So a busy schedule, but we're going to begin with our monthly OC Transpo update. Good morning, René. Bonjour, René.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour aussi aux gens à la
Hello,
galerie.
everyone. Hello to everyone here. It's rare to see so many people in the room.
Thank you, Chair Gower and councillors, for joining us at today's Transit Commission meeting. I'm pleased to be here today to provide important updates and information from OC Transpo. Next slide, please. The safety and security of our passengers continues to be a top priority for us. As you heard at last Transit Commission meeting, our transit safety campaign will expand later this month to include new communication channels, including ads across the transit system. This ongoing campaign will highlight safe behaviors for the public and promote the many measures taken by our staff to ensure safety for everyone. I'm also proud to announce that OC Transpo was recognized by the American Public Transportation Association with a 2023 Brand Award in the Best Marketing and Communications Educational Initiative category. Voici le trophée.
Great.
Félicitations, Alex, c'est en arrière.
Congratulations, Alex.
Is for travel training program, which was featured in BBC's online series called The Way We Move You. This is in addition to the first place award that we received earlier this year for the same work. As part of our commitment to building public trust, we are working hard to stay connected and engage with customers through every channel we can, including social media, customer surveys, and community events. We are getting better at listening. We communicate more. We are more straightforward than ever, and we are building more momentum. I'm happy to share that we have ordered 92 new minibuses to replace our aging paratranspo fleet and support future on-demand service. As part of the Zero Emissions Bus Program, we have also started phase 1 of our renovations at the Saint Laurent Garage to expand our electrical infrastructure. Next slide, please. I want to share 2 photos with you now that highlight some of our achievements and ongoing progress here at OC Transpo. You can see Alex on the right-hand side, sorry. The first photo is our acceptance of the APTA Grant Award that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. This photo shows the work that is currently underway at Saint Laurent Garage to expand our electrical infrastructure. This is part of our greater goal of providing sustainable transit services. Remember, each zero-emission bus reduces carbon emissions by upwards of 122 kilograms per year compared to diesel. These are important milestones for OC Transpo as it continues to meet the objectives set out in our strategic roadmap. Another objective in our roadmap is strategic recruitment. Our team has been working hard on this matter. To tell you more about this, I will pass the floor to Olivia Miguenti, who will provide an update on the status of our bus operator recruitment program. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here again today to give another brief update on our recruitment efforts to date. So as you've seen before, this slide here on the screen shows our bus operator recruitment goals and achievements for the year. But I did want to take a brief moment to reflect on the good work that we've been able to accomplish to date. And this is all despite industry-wide recruitment challenges that many transit agencies are facing. They're having a hard time recruiting bus operators and many other positions. So under Renee's direction for the last year and a half, we've had a centralized recruitment team in-house that has been able to tackle these massive targets. And we've been looking after not only bus operator recruitment, but the recruitment of positions in the maintenance team, customer service positions, para-transpo positions, and beyond. So just wanted to highlight that this morning and before we got into the details here, because it's very exciting. So just a little recap, this slide at the top two buckets of numbers speak to the plan that we had established for the year, our targets every month or so for how many we wanted to onboard. And the two columns below, the two buckets of numbers, reflect our actual achievements based on those targets. So right now, we've done well. We're sitting at 272 new bus operator recruitments year to date, which is about 70% of our recruitment targets for the year. But we project by the end of the year, we'll be at 96% of our targets. So a lot more classes to come, well, bigger classes to come that will close the gap between our 272 and 390 overall target. Right now, we've got 2 classes underway. We will have one graduate in about a week or so. We're hoping for 45 out of the 62 that we originally onboarded at the end of August. So they'll hit the road shortly, and then another class underway as well. So graduates at this point, we're sitting at around 71%. And by the end of the year, we're hoping that we'll hit the 88% mark for the number of graduates we were hoping for the year. So that's my update for this morning. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rawi Howarth, Manager of Transit Technology and Innovation. I'm here to give a very brief update on the work we have done and continue to do to partner and integrate our ticket sales with third parties. This is following, I think, some questions in the past that we've had from councillors and members of commission on this. Next slide, please. So ever since the launch of the new fare system with FareGates, we've been exploring methods to integrate ticket sales with third parties. We have, as you know, partnered with Ottawa Blues Fest and OSEG to offer transit tickets to their event ticket holders. We've done this through several methods. Customers can either show their ticket to the bus operator when they board the bus. They can either call the customer service agent with the video chat function at the ticket machine to get help to get through the gates. And we've also provided some long-lasting QR code stickers that could be put on season ticket holder cards for Red Blacks and 67's game. So we've been exploring many methods to do this thus far. We've also piloted some QR codes with Bar Robo, which is a music venue here, and Ottawa Tourism for various conferences. And we've distributed QR codes electronically, and they've been able to distribute them through email to all of their ticket holders who've purchased tickets. Next slide, please. So with our current fare system technology, the preferred method is QR codes. They are cheap. They're easier than having to distribute a physical card. They eliminate the cost of those programmable smart cards. They also eliminate any physical distribution, trying to get it into the hands of customers, and they eliminate having to replace lost or stolen products. QR codes can be generated programmatically, and they're easy to distribute to a large population. They're very flexible in terms of pass validity options, and they're also encrypted, so they're quite secure. And wherever we have used them in a pilot or in other products, we've had positive feedback from customers. Currently, though, producing the QR codes is somewhat of a manual process, so our staff have to put in time to sort of generate these bulk lists of QR codes that we can send to our partners. So obviously, to move this to a larger scale and sort of open up more opportunities, we would have to automate the process. Next slide, please. So in light of this, we have queued up some development work with our fare system vendor for next year. And this would be to create a sort of an automatic API or interface for partners to be able to request and generate barcodes electronically. This would, we would track the number of barcodes generated. It would help with the billing cycle, and it would eliminate any kind of, staff manual work and possibilities for errors. And it would allow third parties to integrate into their email distribution systems to have those transit tickets sent with the event ticket. This we feel will broaden sort of more business partnerships, broaden the opportunities for more business partnerships with for like intercity travel with Via Rail or with flight ticket providers. It'll just sort of enable that kind of larger scale integration and open up those business opportunities. That's my update. Thank you.
We can move to with Paul, I think. Next slide, please.
Bonjour, Président, Commission des Transports et
Hello, everyone. Hello, members of the committee. I'm Paul Trébuta. I'd like to talk to you today about health and safety incidents.
We've seen 561 employee injuries at OC Transpo. For the month of August, there were 50 injuries, and this is the lowest number of injuries in a given month for the entirety of 2023. The top three injury types were struck or caught by an object, assault, and harmful, traumatic / stressful event. The customer injuries to date are holding fairly close to what we've observed in 2022 and for the previous month in July. We continue to see that hard braking events on our buses are the main reason for injuries that require medical attention for our customers. This supports what we're seeing in the next table on vehicle collisions. We've observed that both the total vehicle collision rate of 2.36 per 100,000 kilometers traveled and the preventable collision rate of 1.06 per 100,000 kilometers traveled both exceed our safety management targets. Recognizing that this trend is on the rise, and we have observed that traffic light infractions are also on the rise, we continue to rely on our one-day mandatory driver refresher training for all of our OC Transpo employees who are authorized to operate a vehicle as part of their job duties. And we also rely on our ongoing monthly safety observation campaigns that focus on the Highway Traffic Act and awareness around distracted driving, all in aid of trying to reduce the number of collisions. Finally, the bar graph below shows the number of operators who've completed the one-day refresher training as of the end of August this year. So that number is at 280. The most current data as of the 7th of October is that we have actually processed 475 operators through this training program. So now I'd like to pass the floor to my colleague, Mr. Troy Charter. Thank you.
Thank you, merci, Paul. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président des conseillers.
Hello, everyone. In the following slides, we will look at the indicators for September 2023.
For Transpo, conventional bus service and rail operations. So to start, Transpo on-time performance held relatively steady for the month of September at 92%. On-time performance has been fairly consistent throughout the entire year, down slightly from the summer months, where in August we were at 94%. And the primary attributing factor to that slight reduction in on-time performance is the increased traffic conditions that we see following the vacation season over the summer and the return to just sort of that normal life that all our residents and customers experience in September. Next slide, please. With respect to the telephone booking response time, overall results continue to be well below the 15-minute maximum threshold that was established, with an average response time for the month of September being at 3 minutes and 27 seconds. This metric, as you can see, is fairly consistent throughout the past 12 months, with some minor variations from month to month, but overall, the numbers are fairly consistent, fairly low, and we're happy to see that trend is continuing. Next slide, please. Looking at the Transpo bookings in a little bit more detail, we continue to see that the majority of our customers are continuing to use the phone. And as mentioned, though, previously, this is consistent with other agencies' experiences when they've been implementing their online booking plans. So not out of the norm from what other agencies have done. The number of reservations, though, made online is stable and continues to grow, but albeit slowly. We remain at approximately 10% of all trips being booked using the online booking option. And regardless of that number, the online booking provides some additional flexibility and remains an important option for customers in deciding what works best for them in scheduling a trip. So 10%, we do anticipate that will continue to grow, but it is another option and provides some more flexibility for our customers. Le nombre de réservations effectuées en ligne continue
The
d'augmenter.
number of online reservations continues to go up gradually. About 10% of all trips are reserved online through our platform. Online reservations offers flexibility and remains an option for customers when they're planning a trip.
Complaints. The number of Transpo complaints is up slightly from August at 2.4 complaints per 1,000 trips, but again, has been fairly consistent over the previous 12 months. Areas of feedback that we've been seeing an increase this past month are primarily in the service delivery and fare policy categories. Next slide, please. Transpo ridership. Mentioned previously, the trends that we've been experiencing throughout the year continue. Year over year, ridership is higher than the previous year, and throughout 2023, ridership is higher than the forecasted. So what we see in September, ridership achieved was 64,200 trips, which is approximately 10,000 more than forecasted. L'achalandage continue d'augmenter et tout au long de l'année.
The number of rides continues to increase and to outstrip our forecasts.
Similarly, fare revenue follows the same trends as ridership, a year-over-year increase of Transpo fare revenue, and remaining above the budget forecast since May of this year. September revenue exceeded the budgeted forecast, generating 189,000 in fare revenue with approximately 159,000 budgeted. Next slide, please. I'll move over onto the conventional service side of things. So this graph you've seen many times. This is the service delivered for O Train Line 1. And what we saw was in September, we achieved 99.5% of service delivery for September. So the service has been very stable and consistent in September, and actually has been fairly stable and consistent since the return to service in August. But you will note that we did have one short disruption where R1 was implemented between Tremblay and New Ottawa stations due to a power issue with our traction power substation. This issue occurred late in the evening on September 28th, was quickly rectified by RTD technicians, and we returned to full service that evening. So it was only a partial R1 implementation, not a full line, and it was for a very short duration of time, about 35 to 40 minutes. Pour le mois de septembre, le service était très fiable.
For September, service was very reliable. that there was a power loss event on the 28th of September. The issue was rapidly resolved and service was reestablished very, very quickly.
Conventional bus service is next. This chart shows, well, as I said, you've seen it before, but it's conventional bus service over the past several months. And for the month of September, we delivered 96.4% of the planned service. The summer's implementation of R1 and the requirement for additional overtime, buses in service, and the increased maintenance requirements and vehicle inspections stretched our resources into September, which impacted service reliability. Over the course of the past month and a half, our maintenance team has done a great work to improve on bus availability, and our continued recruitment efforts, we expect that reliability will improve through the month of October. Slide, please. So the slide delves into the percentage of undelivered trips a little bit more detail. So as I mentioned, 96.4% of the service was delivered, so leaving approximately 3.6% not delivered. A breakdown of the undelivered service indicates that almost 50% of it is a result of on-street adjustments due to issues such as general traffic conditions and detours. Mechanical issues and bus availability account for approximately 30%, part of which, as I mentioned, was influenced by the prolonged R1 event over the summer months. And then the remaining 20% is with respect to operator resources. Again, and I just want to mention it again, as a result of the hard work of our maintenance team, the fleet availability has stabilized. We will see those improvements in the month of October. And as we continue to recruit and implement additional measures to improve the availability of bus operator resources, we anticipate that service reliability, you'll see that increase in October. And then lastly on this slide, the top 3 routes experiencing the highest number of undelivered trips is the Line 2 replacement bus service, Route 7, and Route 12. Then we get into ridership on Line 1, the conventional buses. So again, following the same, we're following our seasonal trends that we've seen from year over year, but also been following a lot of the same pattern that we've been talking about at previous Transit Commission meetings. So for the month of September, ridership was approximately 6.4 million compared to 5.9 million in September 2022. However, the budgeted ridership was 6.9 million. One thing that's important to note is the 6.4 million customer trips is the highest monthly ridership since the onset of the pandemic. And we're at approximately 70% of our pre-pandemic levels. So there has been progress. L'achalandage pour le mois de septembre était le plus élevé depuis le début.
So we're seeing the highest ridership since the start of the pandemic, and we're up to 70% of ridership that we had before COVID.
I'll go to fare revenue next, please. So with respect to the O-Train and bus fare revenue, we have observed similar trends as we've noted for ridership. Month over month fare revenue exceeds the previous year's revenue. And for the month of September, this year compared to 2022, fare revenue was $1 million higher, achieving 12.8 million in fare revenue with a budgeted revenue of 15.2. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you, merci. We have 2 delegations who've registered to speak today, and both of them are joining us online. First up is Sally Thomas. Let's give a moment for Sally to join here.
And here I am.
Morning, Sally.
Good morning. I had hoped to come in person since I'm living close by. I don't know what I just did. Am I still there? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Yeah. First of all, I would like to start by thanking the 8 councillors who came to the Fair Transpo Awareness Day that we had on September 25th. That was very much appreciated. I hope that something comes of it, in particular, same-day booking and on-demand booking, since council has proven unequivocally that it is possible with their pilot project, which I believe is underway now. Also, I would like to invite you all to speak with your constituents that use Fair Transpo and get more information and work together. That's about all I've got to say for today. Thank you very much for having me. And if I can get there later today, I may still come.
Okay, thank you, Sally. Are there any questions for Sally this morning? I'm seeing none, but I'll say thank you again, Sally, to you and to the Ottawa Transit Riders for organizing that event on the 25th. It was great to hear directly from Paratranspo customers and get your input. And I think I'm seeing you next week. We've got a meeting, so see you then.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sally. Our second delegation today is Patrick Shepard, who's also joining us online.
Hello.
Morning, Patrick.
Good
Looks like
morning.
you're on a bus.
Yes, I am. I have a few current questions regarding the deterioration I noticed in the past year of the bus fleet is seriously deteriorating in terms of the quality and also the cleanliness of the fleet.
So is that the extent to your comments? As a format for this meeting, we don't answer questions directly, but as a delegation, you can raise concerns. And
Okay, but
if the councillor wants to, they can ask on your behalf to staff.
Basically, that's my concern. I noticed that the fleet is in deterioration. Is there any formal fleet plan to improve or replace the fleet?
Okay, well, stand by because we have a couple questions for you from committee members. We'll go to Councillor Menard with a question for you, Patrick.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just Patrick, yeah, I'm just wondering what routes are you normally taking in terms of just, you mentioned cleanliness and the fleet deterioration. Which routes are you normally on?
I'm basically all over the city.
Okay. So you take many different routes.
Yes.
There's nothing more often than okay. And just getting more specific, like when you say fleet deterioration, what do you mean? Like what is it? What specifically are you talking about?
I noticed like the articulated buses are not as like how they used to be. They're more falling apart. I've noticed a lot of like transmission issues, door issues with the equipment. I noticed there's been premature retirement of some of the double decker fleet.
Okay, yeah. So and just so you know, and I know Chair, there might be other comments, but we are in a rapid fleet replacement now. A lot more electric buses are set to come in after the successful pilot project of the 4 that we initially had. So there is a fleet replacement ongoing, in addition to, of course, the maintenance of the current buses we have. So I just appreciate your comments today, and that's it for me, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, and we have a question from Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge Patrick. I appreciate that. I've heard this comment from some of my residents as well, and I'll follow that up with staff. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no additional questions. So thank you, Patrick, especially for joining us from the bus. That's amazing what we can do with technology. And if you can stay tuned, I think there'll be perhaps some questions on your behalf from our committee members. Okay, we're going to move now to questions from councillors for staff, and Councillor Hill is first up.
Thank you very much. Since it's hot off the press, just on behalf of Patrick, I've heard that comment about some of the cleanliness, some of the conditions and maintenance of the bus fleet. Could you speak to the current operations and to your current perspective on how that process is being rectified?
Thank you, Chair. I have Jim Greer online, and he will give an answer.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Renee. Yeah, I can speak to that. Our articulated buses that Patrick had mentioned, there are obviously some are older buses. They're approximately 15 years old now. They're bought in 2010, so they were. The bus, as far as cleanliness, they go through a daily routine every day. Every bus that goes out on the road comes back through what we refer to as our countdown process. Each location runs them through. They do the complete touch point cleaning as they go through. They're also scheduled on a 180-day schedule for a deep interior clean. So if there is a bus that anybody is seeing in the system that they may observe something on the bus, please notify the operator. The operator can report it to the TOCC and we can bring it in, and the grad staff will take care of it right away. But these buses, as Councillor Bernard said, are getting older. They are scheduled for replacement. And some of them are getting quite up in life cycle and the age of the bus. So they are scheduled for replacement. But any bus that has any cleanliness issues, please notify the operator. We'll have it removed from service and take care of it.
Thank you very much. My next question is with regard to the status of our R1 system. Can you confirm if we still have R1 buses that are operating in parallel to the LRT system?
Mr. Chair, we have what we call now the shuttle, because the R1 is to replace the LRT. So we still have the shuttle from Blair to downtown. However, we stopped the shuttle from Tunis Pasteur to downtown as well, because the crowd was very, very low, but we still have a very, very good crowd for the east one.
Okay, so I guess just for the consumption of the commission right now, my only concern with that is that we're talking about how we have some routes that are underserviced, yet at the same time, we're running that parallel service. And so I don't think that I have a motion or direction at this meeting, but I would like to take the month perhaps to consider this and to see where we're at in terms of the use of those resources. So perhaps what I would probably ask is if I could get some feedback through the month on the total number of bus systems that are operating that shuttle system, so that we can get an order of magnitude in terms of that capacity and see what could potentially get rerouted. Because as a suburban councillor, I'm concerned about some of my local routes and my folks that are out at the extremities who are seeing, you know, excessive numbers at the front end of those bus routes. And I'd like to know that that shuttle service is actually providing a more important service than some of the local services that those could otherwise be rerouted towards.
Mr. Chair, we have actually approximately 7 buses on our shuttle route, and we didn't cut any local route to be able to give this service. So I will more than pleased to receive Councillor Hill feedback on that. However, I want to assure you that we didn't cut any routes or local route to be able to give this shuttle service.
Oh, thank you very much. With regard to the training program for the new bus operators, I know that we're not quite meeting the targets exactly what we're projected. What are the strategies in order to try to get back up? Are we looking to perhaps, you know, double up some of the training cohorts in the near future, or are we simply accepting the fact that we're probably going to end the year at about 75% or 80% of what we anticipated?
So we've had the last year and a half to collect the data on how many people graduate every time, you know, there's a training class. But what we've noticed, I think it's partly because of the volume of people, that there's not just the technical aspects that they're not succeeding at. So the road test primarily, or any exams that they have to write, it's also just not what they were expecting. And so it's hard to mitigate that and kind of shift our strategy around, because inevitably that's going to happen no matter what. You know, if it's not for them, it's not for them. But into next year, we will be adjusting our targets so that that kind of dropout rate and failure rate is accounted for in our targets. We've been learning as we go, and so we've seen the same trend over the last year and a half, and we will adjust for 2024.
Thank you very much. My next question is with regard to the innovative tickets and the QR codes and such. Are we moving towards a phase where we'll be able to use QR codes right off of phones? Is that something that's technologically doable, or will be doable, or that we're striving towards?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. E-tickets are definitely sort of the way the industry is going. The difficulty with e-tickets is that they're typically a dynamic ticket. So it's something that refreshes and changes on your phone very periodically. And to validate that sort of thing in a fare gate is usually more difficult technically. But it is definitely sort of on our technology roadmap. It's something we're looking at to see whether there are good use cases or customer cases where the investment would be justified by the customer convenience that we bring. So it is certainly on our radar, although we don't have, we don't have a direct plan yet to implement them.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Going back to the number of bus operators that are being hired this year, what's our net target for the year?
Thank you, Chair. The number for this year was 390.
Okay, that's the gross number, but people are going to leave. There's attrition. So part of the 390 replaces drivers who retire or go to different jobs. What is the net increase of drivers that are targeted, that we're trying to hire?
So we projected 320 would be hired as would graduate from the 390 due to attrition, bus operators moving to rail operator positions because we hire from within for rail. So as we were getting ready for line 2, we accounted for those bus operators moving to rail. I apologize if I'm not quite getting the question.
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
How many people do we expect who are operators to leave in any given year?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Normally, we think approximately 10 bus drivers per month will leave, but it's an average.
Okay, so we have, let's just say 120 operators that leave on an annual basis that we have to replace. The total target is 390, so that's about 270. We wanted to add an additional 270 drivers in 2023 compared to our 2022 complement. Is that correct?
I think so. I didn't do the math, Chair, but the thing is, we need to replace people who will move from other positions and people who will retire. And then we need to hire people to become either electric ERO or DRO, so electric rail operator or diesel rail operator.
Fair enough. Okay. Last month, I talked about bus reliability concerns, that the data was trending downward. This month, the bus reliability stat is going down again compared to previous months. Mr. Charter cited traffic as a main contributing factor, although I will acknowledge that's not the only reason. Your own presentation mentions other reasons. Traffic is predictable, particularly in September, where you can modify the bus route schedules, you can make changes to the routes and scheduling to factor in traffic. So what happened between the meeting last month where I said bus reliability continues to be a concern for not just my residents, but residents across the city, and your presentation today? What steps did you take between meetings to improve bus reliability, because your own data indicates the reliability is getting worse, not better?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to notice that the traffic is massive. It's almost half of our reasons to not deliver the service. And unfortunately, as you know, to be able to change our scheduling, we need 6 months. And I have Matt here, I think. He's here, he's in charge of the planning. He can maybe explain better than I what is the challenge when we know that we have a problem and what we can do. The other thing as well, for sure, is as Mr. Charter said, during the shutdown, we had to use a lot of buses that we wouldn't have used if we didn't have the shutdown. And it was during the vacation. So that brought a lot of challenge, and we have to deal with that as well. Maybe Matt, if you can explain the challenge you have with the planning, please.
Certainly. Thanks, Renee. So, Mr. Chair, so as Renee alluded to, traffic is a major problem. And as Renee also alluded to, there is a 6-month lead time between being able to react to a problem through the schedules. Just to focus on search liability over the past month and the traffic issues that we've seen. Now, of course, as we approach September, we plan 6 months out, and we do inject additional runtime for September compared to over the summer months. But traffic has been such a challenge that the additional runtime that we added 6 months ago for this September is not reflective of current conditions. And as an example of the 3 routes that we saw in the presentation, we saw line 2 bus routes, we saw route 7, and we saw route 12. Line 2 bus routes and route 7 have had significant challenges on campus at Carleton since school returned back in September. And we're working very closely with our colleagues at Carleton in the parking and facilities group. I had staff out there yesterday looking at what can be done to improve circulation on campus and improve overall reliability. And with regards to Route 12, which was also on that list, this is our first full traffic service period with Route 12 back on its regular routing following the Montreal Road revitalization project. Now, you may recall that some transit priority measures were removed as part of that project, so we're currently reacting to that on the corridor. We're watching where traffic is dispersing to based on the previous project plans that had suggested where traffic might disperse to. And we are watching it very closely with a view to reacting and improving running times. We have a program in place to review running times specific for Route 12. But of course, as I mentioned, we have a 6-month lead time, so it's not always apparent when we're making those changes that changes have been made.
Thank you for that. The data for paratranspo on-time performance is similar as far as going down. Are the reasons more or less the same for para as they are for bus, that traffic is impeding their ability to meet pickup time schedules? Is that basically the same reason?
Yes, Councillor. Yes, Chair, that's correct. It's about the traffic conditions at those peak times. The off-peak times were, the percentage of on-time service delivery is higher, but it's those peak times that we seem to be challenged.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, Chair, is just on station cleanliness. Madame Amical, you gave a good presentation last month about how OC Transpo is better monitoring and working with our partners to ensure that this is addressed, given the significant number of complaints that we've received from the public about how poor our stations have been maintained. How are things going since last month in this regard?
Mr. Chair, I would say so far so good.
Thanks, Chair. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the presentation today. It's a little a la carte, a little this, a little that, so I kind of enjoy it. It allows for a little more free speech and discussion. First of all, I noticed during the presentation there was a discussion about Blues Fest and OSEG. I remember when we instituted the program, obviously it was way before COVID, way back, I think Steve Blay was still on council, and we were doing the loaded tickets. Is that still the same program? Is there revenue received? And approximately how much is it? Because I see Blues Fest and I see OSEG, but I'm not sure if City Folk falls under that. Do they have a loaded ticket agreement as well, where we're encouraging people to take the bus with their ticket for free, but obviously the vendor is paying?
So, Mr. Chair, any event at Lansdowne is subject to the Lansdowne site plan requirements, whereby transit is covered and is included in the cost of a ticket to that event. All of our costs to provide transit to these events are charged back to OSEG on a monthly basis. That would include City Folk if it was held at Lansdowne.
Okay, great. So it's and forgive me, I'm just trying to understand this, because I remember there was a lot of consternation around it when we did it for Blues Fest, because there was a set annual cost for it. Is it still a set annual cost for Blues Fest versus, it sounds like OSEG has a bit of a different model, or is it the same kind of model where it's, you have City Folk, you're paying 115 grand or whatever the number is? Like, I'm just trying to understand what the formula is on that and what it looks like on a balance sheet.
So they are two very different models. We had a 5-year agreement with Bluesfest that has recently ended, and we'll be renegotiating that agreement. That's not subject to any site plan controls or council decisions like Lansdowne is. But what we charge back for Lansdowne and OSEG event service is very much prescribed by the Lansdowne site plan agreement, whereas Bluesfest isn't. I'd be happy to discuss further with you, councillor, and break that down.
Great. No, that's wonderful. I think encouraging people to take public transit is definitely a good thing, and I've used the loaded ticket in the past myself. You'll notice you mentioned QR codes. I think, you know, if there's ever a silver lining, it's tough with transit, is I think people got very used to QR codes. So I'm very supportive of what you're doing from a QR code perspective, and the more we can automate it than keep it manual is probably more effective, and it will allow us to do a lot more work with that. So thank you for that. And also thanks for the East End shuttle service. Don't touch that, David. Stay away from it. It has cut down the complaints dramatically because unfortunately we don't have any other way to get around. It's like going on like the Gilligan's Island tour without that trip. If we stick to the current configuration. So have you noticed obviously a massive reduction, and I'm speaking for my East End colleagues, in complaints since we've added that shuttle service?
Okay, thank you, councillor. Next up is councillor Lowe.
Oh, wait, no, sorry.
You have more.
Forgive me, maybe my bandwidth got cut off. Have we noticed a reduction in complaints since we added the shuttle service in the East End, which was a big concern for my East End colleagues?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have seen a reduction. That service is well appreciated by the customers. You know, in the earlier days, it was more, I think, more impactful in terms of the reduction in complaints. But overall, yes, it's well received, it's well used, and we have experienced a reduction in cancellation or in complaints. Yes.
Great. And there was another council colleague mentioned the electric bus fleet and trying to really get that into place. What does that look like from a numbers perspective? Are we going to be able to replace the fleet rate at the same time as we're decommissioning buses? And I'm also still a little concerned. I know we say it's successful. I just like a little longer test period with more buses to see what happens. But if you could speak to that or expand on that.
Juste pour être sûr que j'ai compris, Councillor Turner, est-ce que vous voulez savoir?
I would just want to confirm your question. So you want to know what's the plan for the electric buses, the timelines? Exact. Like you know, we have a pilot project with 4 electric buses. At the end of 2024, we should have 26 new electric buses from Nova Bus and another company. Then we will buy 77 other buses. All this depends on the manufacturer. Right now, there are some production delays, important production delays. We talked about the articulate buses that are getting a little bit old. We have some delays in our electric buses program. There's also some delays within Infrastructure Canada because we haven't received yet the grant. It's almost a delay of a year and a half. So it's becoming an important delay. We continue to work with the teams to make sure that the diesel buses stay functional until we receive the electric buses.
Oh, okay. And I think that's just my concern. I think this group needs to be updated on a regular basis because obviously if we're pushing our diesels to their maximum life cycle and we can't keep running them, we're going to be caught where we don't have buses. I think that is a very big concern. So will there be regular updates coming back to this commission?
Yes, Mr. Chair, our intent is to come here, maybe not this year because we're still dealing with the TTC to finalize our purchase. And as soon as we will finish that, we should be able to come at the beginning of next year to give an update on that.
Great. And two final quick ones, Mr. Chair, if you can indulge me, they'll be super quick. I'm not a big chatter. First of all, thank you for your response to the commission and Mr. Charter about the red vest costs. I think we share a concern about the sustainability of that cost to have the red vest program. I sent 2 follow-up questions. Will I be able to get responses to those today? I know it'll take time. You have to go look at things. I just want to make sure we get responses today to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can get those responses today, and I actually started working on compiling that information, so no problem.
Thank you very much. And last, if I don't say diesel tug, I haven't done my job. So I'm just saying it. I hope we see that thing on the tracks before the winter, but I know you guys are working hard on that one now as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. And we'll have an update on that diesel tug coming up, one of the next items for you.
Oh, great.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Lowe is up next.
Thank you, Chair. The conventional bus service delivery numbers, the 96.4%, I believe. One of the products when we get an average number like that is a lot of the days or a lot of the time periods where it's 100% or 99%, it pulls up anything from, on Route 12, on Route 7, where it's 92, closer to 90%, or in peak periods when it could be lower. I'm not suggesting it is, but it could be. I know I've asked a number of times and you have delivered in the past on further data breakdowns, but is that something that is possible if we broke it down as, let's say, peak, off peak, late evening versus weekends, when we get delivery percentages like that?
Chair, I can explore that with my team and I can come back to TC on that.
Okay, thank you. The second question is I kind of want to expand a little bit on Councillor Brockington's questions about the operator recruitment. Is when we're talking about the net recruitment, when you're referring to attrition, I know the definition is just operators leaving for any reason. It's fair to assume that includes operators who retire, move on, resign, get terminated, et cetera, et cetera. So what in terms of the operators that actually get hired and that graduate, I asked this a number of months ago, but I honestly don't remember the answer. What is the rate of operators staying on for new hires, staying on for 6 months, a year? Do you have that kind of data?
Chair, can we come back with this answer, please? I don't have it. My team either.
Okay, maybe that's why I don't remember it. The next question I have is about the number of operator assaults. The operator injuries. One of the primary categories being assault. Last time, or maybe 2 meetings ago, we were told that most of these assaults are related to fares and some operators trying to enforce fares, which they're not supposed to. But regardless, it's fare related. Is that still the case, Paul?
Thank you for the question. Fair. The assaults are predominantly against our operator employee population for sure. So for the month of August, that number was 7. There were 7 in all. As I recall, for the month of August, of those 7, none were actually related to fare enforcement or an attempt by an operator to conduct some sort of fare enforcement. They were actually, I think, largely associated with customers that were upset about mainly related to late buses. Yeah. That's, if I recall, reading through the descriptions of the investigations that were conducted in each of the cases. There were a few cases where customers were intoxicated and, of course, threw a can at the operator or threw some kind of a beverage or a drink at the operator or spat upon them. This is really upsetting for the operators, but an important element of our safety management system is to encourage reporting. And each report that comes in, they are investigated, they are brought forward to the Workplace Health and Safety Committee that is co-chaired by management as well as an employee representative. And through that process, we attempt to find solutions to these situations and to find ways that we can improve the safety of the work environment for our employees. Also, too, we have a communications campaign that is currently underway through social media channels to encourage positive behaviors amongst our customers, and also to educate them on expected behaviors when they're around buses and when they're on platforms and when they're around trains. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so yeah, it kind of points to a larger social issue that that transit will probably not be able to resolve, not on their own at least. Last question. Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Leeper is up next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, my colleagues have asked a lot of the questions, but I am interested again in these the trip delivery numbers at 96% or roughly. And Ms. Amilcar, you said you want that to be 99.5. We need more drivers in order to be able to get to that 99.5, and I'm encouraged by the results of the recruitment program. But I'm wondering, with those 96% of trips that are delivered, how on time are they? How close are they leaving to their scheduled departure time? And then how far off their schedule are they by the time they finish their route? We don't see those stats, but I think they are critical. I know I give up on routes that are 5 minutes, 10 minutes late. I'm like, I don't know if it's coming or not. I'm going to find an alternative way to get around. How on time are the routes that you are delivering?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. This is an excellent question for sure. My goal first is to have a bus driver and a bus. Then I will be able to measure the on-time performance. This is something that we can bring starting next month. So we can incorporate the on-time performance for regular bus as we are doing for para-transpo buses. So we'll be able to bring that at next TC, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I think that'll be an important metric for us to take a look at really each meeting. I have no doubt that we will slowly but surely get more of the buses leaving when they are supposed to on all those routes, but it will be important that they be on time. There is higher than forecast fare revenue for Paratranspo. How are those revenues used? Do they just go into general coffers at OC Transpo? Or is there any targeting for those additional revenues back into Paratranspo?
Chair, this is a good question. I don't have the answer. I'm sorry for that. I will need to come back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's a random question, kind of brought on by the numbers that we're looking at, but it's more money than we were expecting from Paratranspo riders, and I think Paratranspo riders may be expecting that some of that unanticipated revenue will be spent on Paratranspo, so a consideration. Chair, I will. One last question based on today's presentation. Mike, you mentioned the circulation at Carleton, the traffic patterns. Can that be, is traffic more challenging on campus because more people are driving because we don't have a train going there? Will the operation of the train help alleviate some of that, or do you anticipate that the campus will just be more congested than we expect?
Chair, that we certainly do anticipate that when the train, when line 2 is operational, that some of the challenges we're seeing will be alleviated. The construction on site right now for the LRT and the various initiatives that Carleton have themselves is proving a challenge. But as I said, we are working very closely with the relevant groups over there with a view to expediting transit as much as we
Okay,
can.
I hope the opening of line 2 in April, Ms. Amilcar, will alleviate some of that. Oh, good one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hill again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the opportunity to speak to a number of our transit riders yesterday at Tunney's Pasture, and one of the key themes that I heard from folks was with regard to congestion on the single LRT systems that are interspersed with the doubles. And I just wanted to ask, what are the current kind of projections on, are we going to be transitioning back to a completely doubled up fleet in the near future, or are we going to continue with a bit of a hybrid model? Or what's the program that you foresee for that?
Mr. Chair, if Councillor Hill can wait for the next item, I think we should be able to have some questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a couple of follow-up questions. But I see Councillor Tierney. So Councillor Tierney, I'll go to you first.
Thanks, Chair. And it's just something one of my constituents emailed me, and it's reflective. I see this top 3 route cancellations. I'm glad we're going to start seeing these things presented, as Councillor Leeper mentions. I guess it comes down to, decision points on how some of these routes are cut, because, Route 12 is the workhorse. It's the backbone across the city. Formerly the 2, if you ever ask Andrew King, and it was split. But then we added on Route 15, which services a very similar line, but it doesn't go all the way out to probably some of the highest need users on Jasmine Crescent, like the 12 does. And to see 331 runs canceled is a little discouraging. So I guess if you can unpack a little bit more about what exactly, who makes that determination? I think I've mentioned this several times. If I was to pick a route and they're both going through my ward, there's a much more high need backbone that is always required. That's a very similar route that these people need to take the bus. It's not even a question mark. Who makes those decisions, and how can we resolve some of these issues?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair, and very probably a long-winded answer, but long story short, we have our Transit Operations Control Center, so we have supervisors in that control center that work there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And they're the ones that have access to all the GPS information, as well as the information as to where there's potential gaps due to a lack of a bus or a lack of operator. So they get all that information, and they are making decisions in real time as to what trips that we can't deliver and what adjustments can be made. Obviously, our focus would be to deliver as many trips as possible. We want to because we know that there's it's important for our customers. We have customers waiting. So we'll always err on running a trip late as opposed to canceling a trip. But when they're forced with those decisions as to whether or not to operate a trip, there's a number of variables that they have to look at. Obviously, there's the unique day-to-day variables as to where those gaps are, where the issues are, where we're seeing incredibly late buses or those types of things. So they have to take that sort of unique context on a day-to-day basis. But then they have criteria in terms of I've talked about this previously. We've got priority trips that at all costs you try not to cancel, and those are the school trips, the first and last trips of the day, the trips that have very, very wide headway, so very, very infrequent service, as well as those trips or routes in which there's limited options for customers, other routes they could take. So that's sort of the first triage they look at is is it a first trip? Is it one of those trips that I've mentioned? And then in unfortunately some of the decisions that need to be made is we have very frequent routes because we know the ridership is there, but because the route is very frequent, that's an opportunity to either get a bus back on schedule or to use that trip to provide one of the priority trips like a school route. So it's a delicate balance that our control center staff are going through every single day. As Madame Melcar mentioned, getting buses, getting operators will be the first key piece in improving reliability. And then when we have those at the levels we want to see them at, then we get into the the on-time performance and just the general reliability aspects of it. But we'll see those improvements with the increase in bus availability, with the ongoing recruitment and the other initiatives we're taking to deal with resource availability. We'll see those improvements. And then and then in the sort of short and long term, we have plans that we work with our planning group to improve the runtime, which would then reduce the amount of potential cancellations that the control center needs to readjust.
Okay, great. And I appreciate that. And I know a lot of these issues will be resolved when we get to the new spoken hub model in stage 2 light rail east, because of course there'll be more dedicated routes doing loops. So you can't really, if you cancel one, the whole route's gone. So it's going to make it a much more stable on-time service. It's just we're still a year and a half out from launching that service, and I want to make sure that backbone's protected during that part. And if it looks at equity, the people that really need transit the most, cancel a route where it's almost a matching route, but keep the backbone in place. And that's just my 2 cents. I know it's a very difficult job, Troy, but if we can focus on that, I think it would help my constituents that need to go to their jobs, working as a nurse at the hospital, at the mall for. I get that all the time, that live on Jasmine. People that go to retirement homes as a worker, and they need that bus, and 2 or 3 in a row are not coming. They don't have an option. There's no option for them. So that's just my 2 cents, and good luck on making those routes work.
Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Chair. And most of my questions have been addressed. I just have one quick question. I'll just note before then, I'm looking forward to the update on the diesel tug. I know that Councillor Tierney is really particularly interested in getting the naming rights on that and hopefully calling it the Timmy Tug Tug. So looking forward to that. But I will just ask one question. One of the complaints that I get frequently is from users of transit users who, for accessibility reasons, are having, sometimes there's challenges when conventional bus drivers aren't pulling up to the labeled stop to load at the front, and with senior citizens or people with accessibility challenges, it's posing a problem, and I've had some complaints about that. I'm just wondering if there's any what the efforts are to communicate how that works, to communicate to the drivers some of those challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. There's a number of ways in which we can communicate and work with our operators. One of the primary tools is that we do have regular communications that we issue in the operators areas we've got what we call OC TV screens that we post. We can post different types of messaging. So we use that when we get into like seasonal driving campaigns and those types of things. So as winter approaches, we talk about, following distances and those types of things. When we get into the summer months, there's a heightened awareness about increased pedestrians out in increased number of pedestrians and cyclists and those types of things. So we've got various means in which we can communicate with our staff, but we also work, very closely with Paul and the training team. If there's trends that have been identified, if we see, we see some trends in the complaints, or, maybe it's some trends with the collisions, we incorporate that into our training program, whether it be the refresher training program that Paul provides some updates on, or into our new bus operator training. We make those adjustments. So, but yeah, definitely there's ways which we can address and communicate to operators, in real time, some of the challenges that we're facing and some of the expectations that we have, but as well, we incorporate that into the longer term view and in terms of our training programs as well.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I'll just flag that. I've heard that from a number of users, but thanks again for the presentation.
Okay, and Councillor Lowe.
Thanks. When I said I had no more questions, I actually lied. I forgot what my last question was. So there have been a number of emails that I've sent over the last little while, just asking for little adjustments for customers, and quite often, actually 100% of the time, the answer is we'll consider this as part of the route review, which is it's fair. I recall in the presentation that we received earlier in the year about the route review that we were going to receive updates about kind of options for a future network that were going to be presented. I think we were told Q3. But understanding that a lot of things have happened since April with the transit system overall, is that timeline still realistic? And I guess a general comment on how that route review process is going, if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very important meeting with our consultant this Friday. So based on the result that I will receive, I will be able to share probably at next CC some highlights for the route review.
Okay, and is it does every request have to wait until the route review? Because there are some minor things like, in my view, minor things like the displacement in the first stop in the afternoon and the last stop in the morning, for example, for service that extends to Gatineau. I've been asking for that for about 7 months. And things like bringing the expresses back to baseline or something in the afternoon to Barrhaven. Does everything have to wait until the review, or are you open to at least exploring or looking at implementing some of these changes on a short-term basis until the review?
Mr. Chair, I think Matt just explained how complex it is to incorporate new things on the scheduling. However, what I would suggest to Councillor Lowe is let's wait for the budget, because this will be a challenging one, and we'll need to take some decisions. And based on that, we will see what we can incorporate or not.
Okay, thanks. In terms of specific requests, I'll follow up by email again. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lowe. So I had a few follow-ups. 6.4 million riders on conventional train and buses, highest since pre-pandemic. That's excellent, which is about 70% of pre-pandemic. Do you have a percentage of recovery on trains versus buses specifically?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have asked that, and I will give it to you now. I asked, it's line 1, 56% compared to 43% that we had before, which is excellent, and bus 67%. So more people switch to the train, which is great.
Okay, that is good news. And just for context, I know we've spoken about this at previous Transit Commission meetings, but in general, how are those numbers counted? How do we count ridership levels on trains and buses?
Mr. Chair, for the train, it's easier because it's the fare gate. However, I think it's I will rely maybe on Matt or Rawa for the buses. I think it's a calculation. It's an average.
So, Chair Gower, a percentage of our fleet has infrared passenger counters that counts customers as they board and alight at each stop. It's GPS based as well. These buses are cycled through every route in the network for each service period, and we're able to make judgments based on the data we get through those systems.
I guess I was asking because I know we've heard about a lot of crowded buses on some of the main routes, for example, the 88. And I just want to get clarity when we're talking about the 6-month lead time for planning. Do you still, despite that 6-month lead time for permanent schedule changes, what flexibility do you have to make changes based on real-time or day-to-day ridership numbers that you encounter?
So Chair, there is some ability for us to react, particularly when there's concerns with regard to capacity. And you mentioned Route 88, which is one that's of significant concern for customers right now. So what we can do is we will upsize vehicles where we can. So we'll monitor ridership through our systems, or through feedback from our supervisors on the street, or through customer feedback. And then what we can do is we can upsize vehicles. So from a 40-foot bus to an articulated bus, or an articulated bus to a double-decker, to address imminent capacity concerns. And in particular on Route 88, we are I think there's 4 trips that we're going to do that on in the coming weeks. If not, a couple of them may have been done already. So we can make changes that aren't dependent on the schedule that way. But yeah, as we noted earlier, anything that requires significant schedule amendments, there is a lead time.
Okay, thank you. O-payment, I think we're almost 2 months since the launch. In general, how's the experience been with O-payment so far?
Thank you, Chair. We haven't heard any really bad feedback, so we're assuming that it's going okay. We are monitoring uptake. As you know, the launch was sort of in this, end of the first week of September, so it was already past the period pass purchase for that month. So I think we'll have more significant uptake data for October and November. I'm sure we'll be bringing some of that information. I think we've had a question about that before. So it'll be interesting to see how many customers are choosing open payment over buying their period pass for the month. Technically, we haven't heard of any major issues. It's running. There was a countrywide sort of Moneris outage last month. You may have heard of it. Some stores, couldn't accept credit card payments. That did not impact our O-payment system. It did impact our fare vending machines. So we do have sort of some redundancy there. We have a different payment processor for O-payment than we do for fare vending machines. So we built that sort of redundancy in. Yeah, it's happy to give more information if something specific is asked of us.
Okay, thank you. On the transit app, I've noticed I'm now usually when I get on a bus and I'm on my transit app, I'm usually asked to fill out a quick survey, and it'll ask things like, how clean is your bus? How safe do you feel? Is there a bench at your station, and is your station clean? I'm curious because it allows the user to give very specific feedback. Does OC Transpo get an immediate alert back from transit if someone indicates that there's a major issue with cleanliness or a major issue with safety, or is that provided in aggregate, or how do you get that information back from transit?
Good question, Chair. So those survey results are accessible to us through sort of a dashboard with Transit app. There is no kind of real-time notification of, oh my goodness, there's a very dirty bus here or something like that. We are still sort of, we're getting some momentum on being able to harness that data and apply it. We've just recently shared some of those bus cleanliness results with our fleet maintenance group. So, we will build that into operational processes. It's just still very new, and, there's got to be enough data there that we can action and sort of start to leverage. So it's in the plan.
Thank you. Not a question, but just we've had a lot of conversation today about service delivery, about late buses, about traffic. Something I want to follow up with staff offline. I think it's out of scope for today, but we've heard from staff about Carleton University. There's an identified problem. We work with Carleton to try to find mitigation. I know there's also long-term transit priority capital projects that we approve yearly through our budget process with lane configurations and signal changes. I'm interested to learn more about maybe more of a tactical approach when we do identify issues with traffic. How as OC Transpo or City Transportation Department or other stakeholders, other partners, what can we do or what do we do on an ongoing basis to address immediate traffic concerns when they arise to ensure our system's moving as efficiently as possible. So something I'd like to explore with staff offline and see if there's any way to report back to the commission in a future meeting.
Sure.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, so thank you to OC Transpo staff for the update. And we'll take, I guess, just a moment to reset for our next presentation, which is the LRT disruption and root cause review. And we have a number of guests with us today who are going to participate in the presentations. We're going to start in just a moment. Okay, we will continue. So we're on item 5.1, LRT disruption root cause review. We have a series of presentations from OC Transpo, from Rideau Transit Group, and from Alstom. So welcome to all the representatives here today. There's no delegations on this item, so we will go through all of the presentations and then we'll have an opportunity for questions from committee members and councillors. So I'll turn it over to Renee for an introduction.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Chair. As you are aware, there were 3 major incidents between 2021 and 2023 related to wheel and axle bearing issues. As we continue to learn more, we are committed to providing regular updates to Council and to the public on these issues. One of the reasons we are here today is to share an overview of the completed work, ongoing improvements, and future work plans. Please join me in welcoming Nicolas Truchon from RTG, Enrique Martinez Asensio from RTM, and David Van der Wee from Alstom, all of whom have been working collaboratively on these most important matters. This collaborative work is in keeping with the recommendations coming from Justice O'Regan at the LRT public inquiry. Certainly, there are commercial interests at play between our integrator RTG and Alstom. These interests are and should remain at their tables, not ours. I have advised them that the City of Ottawa is interested only in the permanent technical solution to this issue and not the commercial debates that may arise from them. I would like to personally thank Nicolas, Enrique, and David for being here today. For this, seeing you all here today is a small step for me, but a giant leap for the City of Ottawa. I will now hand over to Richard Holder, who will begin with an overview. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renee, and good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here today to provide an overview of the work related to the axle bearing failures. I reiterate that my presentation is high level. My purpose is to set the table for the detailed technical presentations that will come from RTG and Alstom. I believe that the presentations from our partners will answer many of the questions from TC members and the public. Next slide, please. I had previously displayed this slide to Transit Commission. It's a little difficult to follow. I apologize for that, and I'll get into more detail later. But what I want to indicate is that there has been significant progress with many activities that have been completed, many that are underway, and we have firm plans to finish the work that is outstanding. It is important to keep in mind that this is a complex system with many subsystems that interact with each other to provide safe rail service for our customers. We continue to be diligent in the approach that we take to investigate issues and implement the appropriate mitigation and containment plans to ensure a continued safe operation of Line 1. At a high level, the work that has been completed or is underway can be divided into 2 distinct streams. The first stream covers the plans to contain and mitigate the current situation. The second stream covers the root cause analysis and corrective action plans that will ultimately lead to a sustainable solution. Under the first stream, there is the containment plan. These activities ensure the safe operations of Line 1. This includes the inspections and monitoring that occurs at different mileages, the axle replacements, and the temporary speed restrictions. The second part of this same stream is the mitigation plan to achieve stable service. This work includes items like the onboard monitoring, through the use of smart bugs, the rail grinding, which has been completed, and track lubrication work that is underway. Under the second stream, shown here, work stream 2. There is the root cause analysis and corrective action plans. Work that has been completed includes the instrumented bogey tests and the reports by various agencies, which include the NRC and TSB. The work that is underway in this second stream include the corrective action plan, which examines the wheel profile, vehicle design, rail profile, track geometry, and other important aspects of various systems and how they interact with each other. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, I'm going to go over some photos of some key track and train infrastructure that we will discuss during today's presentation. Here you can see the restraining rail and its supporting brackets at one of the curves along the line. You can also see the ballast shoulder that helps to provide stability to the track, especially as extreme hot and cold temperatures expand and contract the steel rails. Next slide. This is an example of what a top-of-rail friction modifier system looks like on another older system, as you can see from the wooden ties. As you can see, the deployment of top-of-rail lubrication is a precise and controlled application. Next slide, please. These are examples of accelerometers that can be installed on axles to monitor vibrations. We have often referred to these as smart bugs in previous updates. Next slide, please. In this slide, we can see the train bogie with a disc brake on the left, and on the right is a gearbox with a motor in the middle. Next slide. And in this final photograph, you'll see the axle hub assembly cartridge. There will be many more detailed photographs, diagrams, and charts to come in RTG and Alstom's presentation. Next slide, please. I now want to provide a more detailed look at the containment plan. The day-to-day adherence to this plan allows us to deliver safe service to our customers. The items in this containment plan include the temporary speed restrictions, which dictate the speed at which the trains can travel on the curves. We know from the testing that has been undertaken that reducing the speeds in the tight curves significantly reduces the forces on the axles. In terms of axle replacements, currently RTG is replacing the leading and trailing axles at 60,000 kilometers. This is out of an abundance of caution. No signs of degradation have been detected on axles below 60,000 kilometers after hundreds of inspections. The pry bar tests are occurring every 3,750 kilometers. This test measures the lateral axle play. If a measurement of 0.005 inches or greater is discovered, the axle is rejected. RTG has now introduced a grease check, where visible excess grease is a trigger for additional inspection. Under the same item, RTM undertakes a backlash measurement that evaluates the resistance to turning of one wheel relative to another. And then there is also a back-to-back wheel measurement that confirms if there has been any spread of the wheels. The Alstom safety note provides the justification from the vehicle manufacturer and infrastructure maintainer that the railway system is safe for public transit. Alstom is reviewing this safety note every 30 days, and based on evaluations of any new data from the monitoring of the vehicle and the track infrastructure, adjustments will be made to ensure the system continues to be safe. And finally, a reminder that the city continues to engage with our rail safety experts, Transportation Research Associates. During the recent shutdown in July, experts from TRA worked alongside city staff to ensure that all necessary plans and documents were in place for a safe return to service. Next slide, please. The works associated with the mitigation plan are designed to ensure reliable passenger service until the full sustainable solution is implemented. As a reminder, the Transportation Safety Board expressed their opinion that some kind of condition monitoring for safety critical components will be an asset, especially in identifying impending deterioration of the axle bearing assembly. 4 light rail vehicles have been fitted with accelerometers to monitor the level of vibration during normal operations. After several months of monitoring, no signature has been identified that is associated with a degrading axle hub assembly. This is mainly due to the safety-driven containment program. To replicate running on a deteriorating axle would not be safe in service. So we are working with NRC to undertake a bench test and expect to have results by the end of this year. The next item had previously been reported under iOS codes, and this was considered as a potential method of monitoring the behavior of the wheel rail interface related to slip slide data provided by the vehicle onboard diagnostic system. However, through analysis over several months, it has been determined that this would not be a reliable indicator of bearing degradation and will not be used moving forward. Under wheel measurements, Alstom is currently reviewing the feasibility of utilizing track-mounted equipment to remotely measure the back-to-back wheel distance. If successful, this would represent the automation of a vehicle measurement that is currently completed manually. A system to deliver topper rail friction modifiers is being implemented over the coming months by RTG. It is understood that a high coefficient of friction between the rail head and the wheel contributes to high forces within the axle. The deployment of friction modifiers at above ground locations and in the tunnel are designed to reduce the forces on the axle within the curves. The 31 locations for these devices have been selected and a supplier is procuring equipment. Under rail grinding, we understand the continual interaction between the steel wheels and the rail head causes wear and the loss of material. To ensure that the shape of the rail head is maintained in its optimum condition, rail grinding is completed on an as-needed basis. This is a typical maintenance activity on a railway, and most recently this occurred during the summer. A properly ground railhead reduces friction and ensures a smoother ride for passengers. And finally, a new item that was not on the previous presentation, the nut restraint. As part of Alstom's analysis of the failure mode of the axle hub assembly, their engineers have determined that the restraining nut that provides preload to the stack of bearings and spacers within the cartridge can unlock. Alstom has recently submitted a proposal to the city to modify this nut by inserting restraining pins to prevent unlocking of the nut. This important development will be discussed in detail by Alstom. Next slide, please. This timeline that you see on your screen includes all the work that has been undertaken from external agencies like NRC, TTCI, which is now known as MX Rail, and TSB. As you can see from this slide, there has been a lot of work undertaken by many different subject matter experts. Progress has been made, and there is now a much better understanding of the complex interaction between the track infrastructure and the vehicles. Each of the tests and investigations leads us towards the sustainable solution to be documented in the RTG consolidated report. Next slide, please. In terms of implications for stage 2, all the reports and tests that lead to the improvements on line 1, are being applied to stage 2. For example, the criteria for restraining rails to have no contact has already been adopted by the stage 2 construction team. Top of rail friction modifier equipment is already included in the design of stage 2 and will be included as part of the construction. We are closely monitoring the impact of the studies and investigations and reports on stage 1 and how they apply to stage 2. Any future changes that may be required to stage 2 will be communicated to Transit Commission and Council. I will now hand over to Nicolas Truchon from RTG.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, Mr. Chair, councillors. We're pleased to be here today to provide Transit Commission with a progress update on our investigation into the root cause on the cartridge assembly issues that we've been having over the past 2 years. Our objective with today's presentation is to share with you the technical details of the problem and how we're currently dealing with it. While we have a number of answers, our work is still not complete. I must emphasize that. There's still a number of outstanding questions, especially as we cross-reference technical information gathered over the past 2 years and consolidate our understanding of the problem, ultimately to finalize root cause, but more importantly, how we shape the solution. Today's update will cover multiple fronts, including a presentation from Alstom, followed by an update by Enrique and I on the activities currently underway. Our plan today is to share the technical details of our understanding of the failure mode and connect the dots between the cartridge assembly deterioration process that we've seen with LRV32 from last summer, LRV27 from last year, and LRV19 in 2021. We also plan on covering the initiatives currently underway as we work toward the sustainable solution to this problem. Our current priority is to be able to offer revenue service with double car service. That's the short-term priority, while we focus on finalizing the root cause to determine what is required to solve the problem. This is ultimately what at RTG we refer as the ultimate sustainable solution. I will now hand it over to David for the next part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, membre de la Commission.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Vandery. I'm the Vice President of the moving parts of Alstom in North America. It's a pleasure to be with you today and be able to provide you some information about the evolution of the works done in partnership with your system. We want to improve the service in your line and to reach the expectation of the Ottawa resident. As a representative of Alstom, I must say that we have more than 80,000 employees in more than 70 countries across the world. We have 2,600 employees here in Ontario, 150 employees within Ottawa.
High-speed rail, commuter, metro, people movers out of many airports, and of course, light rail. We have over 3,000 light rail vehicles, either in service or on order, and many of them are very similar to the ones that we have here in Ottawa. Like I said, I very much appreciate this opportunity to address you and to effectively address the public. At Alstom, we completely understand the people's frustration. You deserve better. I want to encourage you that you have the full commitment of Alstom to be able to work very tightly with our partners to be able to bring the system back to what was promised and what is deserved. We are not going to rest until we have that safe and reliable solution. Today, I will endeavor to walk you through what is ultimately quite a complex phenomena to be able to bring understanding and then to chart a path forward of how we can, in the short term, regain a level of service that Nicola referred to, a higher level of service, a service level that would represent what was targeted in the beginning, but also what is the follow-on solutions that can really support such a level of service over the next 30 years. So if we look quickly at the agenda, that sequence consists basically of touching upon the root cause investigation. We will show you Alstom's recommendations for sustainable solution, which is the comprehensive document that was referred to by Richard that we submitted in May of this year. We will talk about design improvements that we can implement on the vehicle that will increase margin in the system, which is what everyone is looking for. These design improvements will have a short-term component and a long-term component. And ultimately, just map out a roadmap to a sustainable solution that Nicola identified. If we move forward to quickly touch upon the chronology. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the chronology, I won't spend too much time on this. Richard walked us through it. 3 events. The first event in August of 2021 was an actual derailment. The second event, a car was pulled out of service because of vibration, and it was seen that we had damage similar to the one that was investigated in the original derailment. And of course, this one this year, where a normal maintenance activity not related to the axle hub found grease leakage. And through that investigation, again, we uncovered a similar phenomena. Next slide, please. I show this slide to demonstrate a little bit about what is the challenge that we face. We've had 3 events, and if you look at the accumulated mileage between events, you see that the first event had an accumulated fleet mileage of over 6.5 million kilometers, and the next 2 events happened in intervals of approximately 3 million kilometers. One event is too much. This is not to say that this is negligible. It just presents a challenge when you have very few occurrences, and you have to work hard to extrapolate and to define what is going on, the failure mode, and what are the resulting corrective actions. It's a challenge for data collection to identify the appropriate trends and the failure mode determination. We rely on detailed investigation of these 3 events, supported very strongly by a variety of computer simulations to try and fill in the blanks. This failure mode that we see here in Ottawa, we have not observed in our other fleets around the world. To be able to pursue the root cause, we use industry best methodology to go and determine what are the key variables in play and to define corrective actions. Next slide, please. I mentioned before, Alstom, 80,000 people strong. Here are some of the key players that are actively day in, day out supporting this effort. Primarily, the team in St. Bruno. So St. Bruno was part of Bombardier, now part of the Alstom family since the acquisition in 2021. This is a step change in engineering capability in the region, as St. Bruno is the home to over 400 engineers. And many of those engineers have now taken on responsibility of this platform and driving some of the corrective actions. Our key partners in this investigation are our team in Le Creusot, France, and they are the center of excellence for bogies worldwide. To be able to aid in this investigation, we have performed 3 separate instrumented axle testing campaigns in January of 2022, November later that year, and most recently in July of 2023. These actual real-life empirical evidence are used to validate hypotheses, to isolate variables and determine relative cause and effect, and they are invaluable in illuminating us as to what are the key parameters that we need to look at. And in fact, it's that testing that has brought to light the importance of top-of-rail lubrication. But that is not the only thing that we can rely on. You cannot possibly test all the important parameters and all the different boundary conditions. To do so and to really broaden our understanding, we use sophisticated computer models and simulations to model a variety of aspects. We have done modeling of coefficient of friction, different track configurations, various levels of contact with the restraining rail, etc. This is a complementary activity that really increases our overall knowledge of the phenomena. It is not a uniquely internal focus. We are performing audits of ourselves, our processes, whether they be quality or design processes at home and in our supply base, and we are collaborating with external expertise like the Transportation Safety Board and the experts from RTG. Next slide, please. So we are working extensively on the root cause analysis, and there's two aspects to that. We have developed a comprehensive, we call it a fishbone diagram, and we use the 5 why methodology, and I will touch upon that in a minute. We have analyzed, aggregated, and compiled multiple reports that have been issued over time, and we integrate that into our analysis. I want to reassure people that we are ultimately focused on finding a solution, and we are open to new perspectives, and we are always going to be open to new information and new data that can illuminate us and provide a better path forward. In addition to this, we have also launched investigations on what can be done at the vehicle level, both in the short and the long term, and I will absolutely touch upon that later. All of this has culminated in the submission of a report to RTG in May. If we go to the next slide. Next slide, this is a generic slide just to give an idea of kind of where do you start an investigation when you have a complex phenomena, very few occurrences, but with many, many, many variables. You start by trying to identify all of those variables. This is a structured approach to be able to do that, where you start off with standard categorizations. It could be the machines, it could be human factors, it could be the way things are measured. Measurement itself sometimes is a variable. It could certainly be the environment, whether it's the environment of the application or the environment of where the vehicle gets operated. So there's a wide variety of measures that are taken. We have identified over 130 of these parameters, and we have used this to guide our investigation. This is not a one and done thing. This is something, it's a living document. We come back to it often, we add things, we focus in on some other things, and we deprioritize other depending on where the investigation takes us. Next. We then go into the 5 why methodology. 5 why methodology is basically a term that's used to continuously ask why things happen and not accept an intermediate answer, but go down as far as you can to the thing that you can control. So you can see here, we have the sequence, and I will go more in detail when we see a breakdown of what we consider to be the failure mode. You'll see that more in detail. But basically the step 9 there is we have loads that are higher than expected. And that's what's going to guide us in what are the short-term and long-term corrective actions. Next slide, please. So what we'll do now is we want to talk about the failure mode. So what we have here is we will show a video. The video is about 1.5 minutes, maybe close to 2 minutes. It's a complex phenomena. We looked at many, many different ways that we could help bring the level of understanding that's required to the people of Ottawa. So this is our best effort. So we have the video. Afterwards, we have screenshots of the video that I will comment as we go through the key sequences. Now, Nicola mentioned before that we continuously drive, cross-referencing data. We drive technical concurrence. We do not have technical concurrence on all things at all times. It is an evolving investigation. It's very, very dynamic. This is Alstom's best understanding of what the failure mode is. But what we will see, and what I would like to highlight is Richard mentioned earlier in the presentation, one of the key things that everyone agrees about is the nut coming unscrewed as being a key portion of that, and how that needs to be a focal point, no matter what is the sequence of events that comes to bring the nut being unscrewed. So if we could launch the video. for that. So now I'll go into some of the snapshots and maybe explain what are the critical intervals and a little bit, explain a little bit more of the phenomena. Next slide, please. So I think the first thing to point out here is what you see here, we zoom in. So this is obviously a replica cartoon of the actual, the axle assembly for the Citadis. We look here, the structure that you see just on the right side of the wheel is the axle box. The reason why I point this out is that that axle box is sealed. All those parts that you saw inside are all delivered as part of an assembly. You typically don't touch anything inside the box. You don't look at it, you don't inspect it, you don't do anything with it inside the box until 800,000 kilometer standard maintenance interval where you probably change some bearings, okay? So it's not something that you can you can't see directly on an operating basis, the components that are being affected in question. So what we try and do is we try and look at the surrounding area and see what we can measure. So now to link back to what Richard was saying before about the axle play test, you can see the lateral forces on the wheel start to move the wheel like this. So we go in, we put what we call a dial indicator. It's like a measurement device that picks up very, very small movements. And you push, try and take a pry bar and move the wheel. If the wheel moves 0.005 of an inch or more, that assembly is deemed to be unfit and we pull it out of service. Okay, so it's a very, very, very 0.005 of an inch, very, very small amount. And we set that limit very aggressively out of an abundance of caution. So that's kind of what we try and use as a monitoring system. And that becomes important in a second. If we go to the next slide, we start to see where we come in and we see the bearings in question. Okay, so these would never be looked at, would never be touched until an interval, maintenance interval further down the line. If we go to the next slide. So here's where we start to see the phenomena. So the wheel has higher than expected lateral forces. This creates a torque on the assembly, so an unanticipated load on the assembly. This causes fretting, so rubbing and deformation on the material between the inner diameter of the bearing and the shaft. So this starts to create some kind of deformation. So that creates loose and movement. So this is the stack. The nut comes and compresses this all together. So this all rotates together. This is the way it should operate. It all rotates together. When you start getting loosening and you start getting play, then you start to get these things moving independently, rotating independently of each other. So we go to the next slide. We start to see that in the spacer here. We start to see we get some loose and movement there, extra play there. And then that in particular, go to the next slide, starts to create relative movement between the adjacent surfaces. So that movement between the adjacent surfaces, again, causes material erosion, causes weakening of the material. And then you go to the next slide. Here's where it's important. Now that you have this movement, as the vehicle remains in operation, you continue to have loads. So you push in, push out, push in, push out. So these things are moving, okay? Now that the face of the nut and the face of the spacer are moving independently of each other, the spacer can now start to, depending on the loads that come and go, push it against the face, take it off, push it against the face, take it off. They can now start to unscrew the nut. So the nut unlocks. Go to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so now we start the sequence. It unlocks and it starts to not just unlock, but then unscrew. And then the subsequent things that happen, it unscrews, it starts to put pressure on the phonic wheel, it comes off, and as soon as you have the nut off, then the assembly is free to move and you get the wheel dislodges. So that is, with all the investigation, 3 instances, the modeling, the looking at the material, that is our conclusion of how the failure mode happens. But again, I'd like to underline the real area of concern. If you look at the nut, if you can fix the nut and prevent the nut from unscrewing, you contain the issue to a fatigue issue, and you don't get this rapid deterioration. And that will become very important as I bring this forward in a minute. Keep going. We can just go through the rest of the. So here you see the failure of the nut. And then the wheel comes off. Okay. Yeah, next slide. So at a high level, what are we looking at? What are we seeking to control? So the lateral loads that are experienced by the wheel are higher than expected and exceed the design limits. This causes the bending on the axle hub, the development of play and movement of the stack of different components in the stack, and ultimately leads to the unscrewing of the nut. So what do we need to do? What does our focus need to be? Regardless of the origin of this, right here, right now, what does our focus need to be? Our focus needs to be on reducing the lateral loads. And then we'll talk about the key things that we're doing, like top of rail lubrication, improve the infrastructure, among other aspects that we have suggested in our recommendations, but also the opportunity exists to increase the margin in the system by changing things on the vehicle as well. So we have provided, as we said, a significant document. I think it was, 1,000 pages to RTG, outlining, as requested, our roadmap to a sustainable solution. If we go to the next slide, or the next one.
Chair, just the term lateral load.
Yes.
Can you just help me understand that term? It's because there's an additional weight on components that should not have, that was never designed to take additional weight. Is that what that means?
I think weight, so it's the load between the wheel and the rail. You have, the Dymax, you have the weight of the car, and then you have the wheel moving around the curve. That interface, it's normal, completely normal to have a load. And when I say lateral, you have the wheel here and it's pushing. And then sometimes it's even depending on this, you could even, it can even be pulling if you start talking about the restraining rail, but mostly it's pushing. So it's creating a load on the wheel. This is a level of load, is entirely normal, and it's designed for it. When we talk about higher than expected, that's exactly what we're saying. We're seeing higher than expected, but it's not really a weight of the car issue. It's really a dynamic at the wheel rail interface. So in our findings and recommendations, there's 9 of them. I'm not going to touch upon 9 of them. Certainly, Nicola will cover most of them. But what I would like to talk about is the first 2, as they are high impact and they are near term in their deployment. So the top of rail and the restraining rail positioning. So if we go to the next slide, as part of our instrumented bogey testing. So we have a train, we put instrumentation on there, and that instrumentation allows us to actually measure in real life operation the loads. What you'll see here is a graph that represents experimental runs of the train on the network. So the top graph shows the speed of the train throughout the test at the different locations. The second one is the radius of the curves, because the curves are the points of the highest interest, because this was where the loads are the highest. The third and fourth graph measure the same thing, the loads on the wheels, the third graph being on the left side, and the last one being on the right side, the right-hand wheel left. You can see clearly with the graph, with the image to the far right, which shows exactly what the trajectory of the vehicle was. And then so you can understand quickly that when you turn Lee Station on the wheels on the left-hand side are subject to the highest load. Then you come down into the first curve into Herdman Station. You can see the peak now has shifted over to the other side. And then it's always on the outside that you have the highest loads. Okay, and that's represented in the graphic. So we've selected a key area on the network around Herdman Station where we have a tight radius. So we have we anticipate to have higher loads in these areas. And now one of the key things that we said we wanted to test, we know that coefficient of friction, so the friction between the wheel and the rail, is a key driver of the loads on the wheel. But by how much? And what do we really have? So we went out, we wanted to test that. So you see the graphics, the red line along the graphic shows no lubrication. Run the trains as is, we measure the loads. And you can see where those loads end up. They're very, very high. They're roughly 15% over our design limit, okay? That's roughly where it is. Now we go and we did a test. We manually applied lubrication. And the result is a 40% reduction, and you can see that on the green-blue line, a 40% reduction in the loads. So no matter the story, the history, how we got here, whatever that is, what we know today is that reducing loads on the wheel is good. It increases the life of the components. We have undertaken that collaboratively to be able to go and make that happen. And this is going to result in real significant benefit in a relatively short period of time. So that's, I think that's the first thing that I would like to highlight. So I think this is a good example of collaboration. If we go to the next slide, we see another example with the restraining rail. So the restraining rail, the design of the light rail vehicle is such that it requires a passive restraining rail philosophy. So what does that mean? That means that generally when you're going around a curve, you let the bogie find its path through the curve. You do not actively guide the bogie and hold it and constrain it. The restraining rail is positioned to not have any contact unless for some other reason the train starts to ride up on the rail, in which case the restraining rail is there to keep it from derailing. So it's a non-contact system. Understanding that there was contact and understanding that this contact can lead to a higher stress environment and more loads on the assembly. Working together, we adjusted the restraining rails to a point where we have no contact. So we can see here, it was quite a straightforward process. We use a paint. We painted the rails in different areas. We ran the trains through there. We identified if there's no change to the paint, there's no contact. If there's a slight line like you see in the middle, then it's a very, very light contact, so minimal adjustment required. And in some places on the far right-hand side, you see no paint, which means there was a large amount of interference. So those were prioritized as being the areas where we had to make the first changes. So in those ones, when we look at the third event in July of this year, when Alstom decided that it was the safe thing to do, the only thing to do was to stop the system. Implementing this change is what opened the door to have the level of service that we have today. Even though it's not the level that is deserved or expected, is what opened the door. So this change was very, very important and remains important going forward. Next slide. So what else can we do beyond the changes that I've just identified and beyond the recommendations that we put into our report? So we can stop the nut from unlocking. So this is there's a couple of different ways that we can do that. There's a short-term way, and then there's more of a longer-term design, better integrated design way. So the first thing we want to do is pin the nut in place. Basically, drill a hole, put a pin in it. Pretty straightforward. The second phase, a more elegant design, would actually be to put a counter nut that's screwed the other way, which will keep everything together. So both of these things, we already have prototypes developed of the nut pinning. We are currently in a validation period. We are looking at how we could industrialize this. In other words, how do you get this modification onto the fleet in the safest yet most efficient way possible? Because the benefit that it can bring based on our analysis is significant. So the two major benefits that we estimate today is the first thing is, as Richard mentioned before, in an abundance of caution, we've been swapping out hardware at 60,000 kilometers. So this is, I mean, we talk about an 800,000 kilometer maintenance cycle, we're at 60. So making this change, we would feel comfortable, Alstom as the vehicle provider, to increase that to 400,000 kilometers. So this is an absolute step change in reducing the burden on the maintenance team and reducing the exposure to not having the proper material to keep the level of service going. So this is a very significant change. The second change is to reduce the inspection intervals. The axle play test that we use today, every 3,750 kilometers, is basically every axle every 10 days. It's strong burden on the organization. We move that then to a 20-day interval, 7,500 kilometers. This will create a significant amount of breathing room. And with these two changes, we estimate that we can get back to a service level that was in place before the July timeframe incident. So this would be a significant improvement. We go to the next slide. But of course, we're in this for the long haul. You know, we have certainly a significant amount of focus on the short term to bring the best possible benefit in the shortest period of time in a safe, responsible way. But we also have a system that's going to be out for 30 years plus, and we need to look at the long-term sustainable solution, which is why, you know, we're collaborating and we're working together. So the next level is, you know, could the design be improved to add additional margin? So whatever the other conditions that happen, if you could add additional margin, that is good. It's a good thing for the system. So we go back, this is a cross-section that you see here of the same assembly that we saw in the videos. There's basically three changes that we could make. And I'm not going to point to it. It's just, you know, it's quite straightforward. So one is we want to increase the fit between the shaft and the bearing. Okay, so make it tighter, a tighter fit. Okay, a higher, what we call a higher interference fit. That's number one. So it just sits tighter. Two, we want to make the bearing thicker and more robust. So increase the diameter of the outer of the bearing. And three, apply heat treatment to the surface to make it more durable with respect to fretting. So these three changes, because it's already a closed environment, it's already designed, we don't have a liberty of having a blank piece of paper. We need to work within a certain envelope and a certain constraints, but we feel that these three changes are what could provide some benefit. If we go to the next slide, a normal question would be, what does this timeline look like? The reality is we're talking about a safety critical system. The design, development, validation, and deployment cycle is extensive. It's long, okay? We have a design period, as you can see in the blue line. Where are we with the design? We are at the point we are approaching the last phase of the detailed design, so detailed drawings. We're at a point right now, I think a key crossroads will be when we're able to estimate and calculate and simulate what kind of benefit that we could get out of these changes. That's through our computer simulations. That point in time will be somewhere between now and the end of the year. Okay, we'll have that kind of result and we'll understand, the kind of benefit that we could expect from this kind of change. Then the next long cycle is the red cycle. So this is the procurement and the manufacturing of all the subcomponents that go into this design change. This is for the prototypes. Would not be a sequence that would be for the entire fleet. It would really be to procure enough prototypes to do the validation and testing campaign. So there are supply chain today. There are complex parts, complex castings, bearings have super long lead times. It's a very rigorous, and this is a safety critical system. So it's a very rigorous process. So it's quite extensive in its time frame. The green portion at the end is actually putting it all together and making the first prototypes. And then we would be ready to start an endurance cycle. So again, computer tools are great. They really, really help us to accelerate design and analysis. But this kind of component with this kind of safety requirements, it's 12 months of endurance testing. Okay, that is what is necessary considering the importance of this. So that's kind of the timeline that we have here. You know, we're launching this. We know it's a long timeline. We've launched this. We're working on this actively. And I think in the near future, we'll be able to understand, you know, what kind of benefit we could actually expect if we were to decide to deploy this on the fleet. Next slide. So next one. Yeah. So basically a bit of a summary. You know, we made changes to the restraining rail to get back into service. That was a very, very important step. The next two levels in parallel, deploying the nut locking feature, combined with top of rail. This will provide a step change in the service available to the users, to the people of Ottawa. And lastly, over the longer term, we have all the other recommendations from the report that Nicola will talk to, and any other actions that we decide to take on to add additional margin to the system. And that is what will really bring us to our sustainable solution. Thank you very much.
Better with the microphone. Thank you very much, David. If we can move to the RTG slide deck. As we mentioned previously, you know, it's still an ongoing analysis. It's very technical. I think David used technical concurrence, which is the word, which is, I think, a right way to describe it. Our work as RTG, and I just want to make sure we're clear about this, is when we're going to be fixing it, we want to fix it for good. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we exercise diligence and that we are effectively, as the private partner to the city, you know, getting comfortable that the fix is going to be a permanent one and that this issue will no longer be an issue. I think we have technical concurrence on the part from the nut, losing preload and then unscrewing. I think we agree with that. However, we need to focus now the work on how does axle play gets generated? How do the parts start moving within the cartridge? And that's where we need to focus our attention. We may get to an agreement with Alstom on their theory, but we're not quite ready to go there yet. We still have evidence that we need to review and discussions that we need to have with both Alstom and their supplier Texelis. So that's what we have. That's what I have. So we've put together a bit of an update. If we can go to the next slide, please. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that 2 years is a long time. Don't get me wrong. We've been doing a lot of work. The report that's been put together by Alstom for the sustainable solution wraps up a number of individual pieces and components of analysis. There's been testing campaigns. There's been material testing. There's been track instrumentation that we're doing right now. We want to make sure that we have the best information to make the best decision. What we have right now is a number of mitigation and actions that are currently underway. Some have been confirmed and are being implemented. Others are being carefully looked at, and others will come after that. So I just want to make sure that, you know, as we continue to deploy improvements, because at this point, that's what we're talking about, improvements to the system, we will continuously evaluate the performance of those measures to make how they get us to a final permanent solution. What I want to emphasize here is, you know, we are, I believe, within weeks of getting to a root cause, but we are not at root cause yet, but we do have concurrence on the failure mode. We just need to narrow down what's happening with this axle play. And through this investigation process, I want to make sure that Transit Commission understand that it's a mix of components. There's science, detailed engineering, simulations. There's experience from running railroads, as we are not the only LRT system in the world. Other systems have had different experiences with different solutions. And there's also empirical data from the testing that we are doing. And what we're looking for is concurrence between those three elements to enlighten us on what will be the sustainable solution. Next slide, please. I just wanted to maybe highlight that it's not just an RTG and Alstom discussion. There's a number of well-respected, independent, world-class organizations involved in this process. We're fortunate that we're working with the National Research Council as well as GBA and Associates, because for RTG, what's really important is the independent perspective. We need to have independence to comfort ourselves, but also provide the layer of oversight and transparency that we owe to the City of Ottawa. Now I'd like to hand it over to Enrique to maybe walk us through some of the initiatives that are currently underway.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nicolas. Yeah, now we are going to walk you through an update on the different implementations that are happening in the Confederation line. The first of this implementation is the top-of-rail friction modifier system. It's important to establish the distinction between the different lubrication systems that exist on a train, on a railway system. We have the flange lubrication system, which was existing on the vehicle on board. This system is intended to be, uses basically a grease to improve the friction coefficient between the flange of the wheel and the side of the rail. And it's quite normal and common in all the railway systems. But what we are going to implement at this moment is the top-of-rail lubrication system, which has a totally different functionality. This product, which is not exactly a grease, is a totally different component, is on the top of the rail, and the objective is one of the primary objectives is to reduce the lateral loads existing on the vehicle. This is a proven technology. I mean, it's not all the railway systems have this top-of-rail lubrication, but it's quite common, and it's easy to find in some places in North America and very, very common in a lot of places in Europe. One of the decisions that we made was the implementation. Actually, there are two possibilities to implement the system. One is a guideway, and the other one is on board. We decided to do the implementation on the guideway for several reasons. The first one is the timeline is much faster. We don't need to integrate the system with the vehicle. We just need to implement the system on the track. And the other one is the adjustment. It's relatively easier to adjust the system because we have specific machines at specific curves, which is going to speed up the adjustment process. Other key parameter of this system is we need to understand that what we are introducing what we call a third layer, which means that we are introducing a different material between the wheel and the rail, which is creating significant differences on the friction coefficient. And the friction coefficient is the one responsible for the braking distances from the acceleration capacity of the train, which means that we need to have very, very clear that the safety parameters of the infrastructure should be exactly the same, and also have clear that we are not impacting the operation with implementation of the system. Impacting the operation means not creating overshoots or overspeeds because of the spinning of the wheels. Next slide, please. Well, this system has two key components. The first one is the machines itself, the technology that we are using to apply the product, and the other key component is the product itself. We are going to use a water-based product. We have decided a specific supplier, but there are different suppliers in the market, so it's relatively easy to move from one product to another. As you can see in the slide, and as David told us in his presentation, we expect a lateral load reduction of about 40%. And this is something that is also proof with this kind of systems. So we are doing something that is relatively standard in the sector. There are other additional benefits that are going to be introduced by this system, which is the mitigation of noise. Actually, I believe that probably more than 90% of the applications of these systems, the primary objective is not the lateral loads, but the mitigation of the noise. We are also going to improve the incidence of corrugation in the rail. And we are also going to see a significant improvement in the rail wheel wear. There are another ancillary benefits, which is an improvement on the energy efficiency. Reducing the friction coefficient, we need less power to move the vehicles. Also, we are going to see a mitigation of the rail contact fatigue phenomenon. We are also going to improve the vehicle hunting. Basically, the vehicle hunting is the way the vehicle steers in the car. So we are going to see an improvement in the dynamics of the vehicle. And also, the implementation of this product has an incidence on the reduction of the wheel climb probability. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the general arrangement of the system. As I was telling you, we have specific machines for specific cars. We have identified a total of 31 spots that need lubrication. We have been working collaboratively with the supplier of the system, identifying this total of 21 locations on the surface and 10 locations on the tunnel section. We are working with a major manufacturer of these components in North America. They have significant experience in these kind of systems, not only for freight, which is one of the most common applications, but also for light railways as the one we have in the Confederation line. The criteria to apply the product is every car that is below 350 meters radius is going to have this system implemented. And based on this calculation has been done based on the capacity of the product to be effective after the application, which is between 300 meters and 500 meters. Yeah, just for your information, we are dividing the implementation of the system in two steps. The first one is the outside locations, which is we are going to use a standard system, standard machines. And the second step is going to be in the tunnel. And this is for one reason, due to the available space on the tunnel and the train envelope, we have some additional constraints to install the machines and the systems. So we are working with the supplier to find a way either to find a location for the machines, for the equipment, or to design a specific equipment that can fit in the tunnel. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the implementation process. We believe that this is one of the key parts of the project because this is not about implementing a top-of-rail lubrication system. This is about experimenting a reduction on the lateral forces and the lateral loads, which means that we need to ensure the effectiveness of the system and the product. This flowchart is the one we will follow the moment we start with implementation. We are starting with a standard adjustment of parameters with a small amount of product. Then we are going to do measurements of the coefficient of friction through the lateral loads through the Alstom instrumented bogie. We are having Alstom collaboration for that purpose. And then analyzing the output, the lateral forces that are an output after these tests. Then compare these lateral forces with the expected results. If the reduction is not expected, we go back to the process, we adjust the amount of product, the quantity, and curve by curve, and then we go back to the process testing and analysis of the resultant lateral forces. If the parameters are acceptable, then we need to do an assessment on the impact of the operation, because as I was explaining before, we are introducing a third layer between the wheel and the rail, and it's a possibility that some additional side effects appear. So we need to ensure that there is no impact in the operation. If there is no impact, we are going to validate the system. The system is going to be installed before the end of this year, and this process of adjustments is happening the first quarter of 2024. Next slide, please. Okay. Here we have a schematic layout of the system. We can see the main cabinet with the control system, the DC-AC power. At this stage, we are going to power the system with solar panels, just in benefit of the timeline. We also have the pump and the product tank. Other key components are the distribution bar assemblies. As you can see in this section, it's a very relatively simple system that just puts small amounts of product very close to the top of rail, so the wheel can drag the product for the next 300 or 500 to 500 meters. And we also have an axle detector, and this is one of the key elements in the system because the quantity, the amount of product that we are going to use depends on the traffic, which means that it's not the same quantity if we are running trains during the working days or during the weekend. So the system is counting axles. So basically it's considering how many trains are in the line to adapt the quantity of product applied. The system is also equipped with a remote monitoring device, which is going to give us information about the status so we can have a reliable and trustable system. Next slide, please. Okay, the other implementation is the adjustment of the restraint rail, as introduced by David. During August 2023, we get an update on the safety note emphasizing the relevance of not having contact with the restraint rail. At that moment, we were aware about the existence of contact, but that was never identified as problematic. And we also realized during this process that the existing adjustment parameters were not able to avoid the contact, which means that in the original project, the adjustment parameters were defined between 42 millimeters to 47 millimeters. After all this process and after the engineering assessment, we realized that this tolerance was not enough to ensure that zero contact between the wheel and the restraint rail. So we started a redesign process with two main objectives. The first one is to eliminate the contact, and the second one is to keep the functionality to prevent a derailment of the system or trains. Next slide, please. Okay. So RTM, RTG engaged a third party, Atkins UK, to update the engineering assessment. For this assessment, we use the existing data from the track engineering design. We also use the interface documents from the original project, and also very relevant, the input from the engineer of records. We reopen that contact with the engineer of records to get feedback and clarity on many aspects. But that information was not enough, so we had to go to the real track data, which means the wear of the rail, the gauge parameter at every curve, and the gap between the wheel and the restraint rail to identify in what scenarios we were observing contact. With this information, plus updates on the train interface with the track, we managed to get a new engineering assessment. We can say that this engineering assessment is much more accurate than the one we had at the beginning of the project. The one was used for the design of the track, because it incorporates basically new data and the experience of these 3 years of operation. So with this new information, we get this table that you can see in the presentation, which is the new, what we call the Atkins criteria, which is a new criteria based on the X, what we call X parameter. I explain later what is it, and has two main characteristics. Is basically more accurate and is also more flexible, which means that it's easier to implement. Next slide, please. Well, this is just a summary of the new criteria. As you can see, the initial situation, the maximum gap between the rail and the restraint rail was 47 millimeters. And it was not contact on all the alignment, but some spots, there was contact identified in some places. So with the application of the new criteria, this gap was increased up to 54 millimeters, but the most relevant improvement is that the reference is not anymore the low rail, is the high rail, which is this 1,388 millimeters distance, which is the one that from the engineering perspective and from the dynamics of the vehicle makes sense. That basically means that we are implementing these new criteria. We are adapting the gap between the rail and the restraining rail to the gauge and to the real conditions of every car. Next slide, please. Okay. So this new criteria has been implemented in 16 curves. All these curves have been adjusted with no contact condition. And we have introduced a new maintenance regime, which is a weekly inspection of the infrastructure of all the curves that are restrained. This inspection at this moment is based on what David was explaining to us. We paint the restraint rail and we observe if there is any kind of mark, and we respond depending on the severity of the contact, if it's light contact or heavy contact. At this moment, this is the way we are doing this inspection, but we have plans to evolve this mechanism based on other parameters, basically based on measurements. The more experience we have, the better we understand how the truck and the train behaves, so we can migrate from this visual inspection to other more sophisticated ways to confirm that there is no contact. Just for your information, as an example, we started these adjustments during August. During September, during the weekly inspections, we found some contacts that require adjustments on the restraint rail. For the last 5 weeks, we haven't found any kind of contact, which means that the system is working, the new adjustment parameters are working, and we are confident that the problem is totally under control. Nevertheless, we faced some challenges. Basically, the system was not originally designed for this extended gap, 54 millimeters, which means that we had to do some modifications in the brackets, or to introduce what we call the bracket stopper, which is a small component that pushes the bracket further so we can adjust this position of the restraint rail better. This implementation is still ongoing. It's not necessary, it's only to stabilize the position of the restraint rail, because the restraint rail at the end is another rail, and as you know, when the weather conditions changes, which means that with high temperatures, the same way we see movements on the rails, we also see movements on the restraint rail. What we are doing with these bracket stoppers is stabilize the position of the restraint rail so we can convert a variable in a constraint. We know that this position is fixed. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. Other initiative that is happening is the wheel-to-rail interface. It's relatively normal in any new infrastructure. I'm talking from my railway experience, that it's necessary an adjustment between the interface of the rail and the vehicle. Every infrastructure goes through this process. Normally, when the systems are designed, we run calculations, simulations, we base the designs in experience. But then our moment arrives where we need to land all this theory and see what happens in reality. So it's normal to have a process where we have to adjust the different parameters of the system, and the wheel and the rail is not an exception. So at this moment, we are working in a group that is participated by RTM, Alstom, and the National Research Council, Canada, basically with this mandate: evaluation of wheel profiles, evaluation of rail profiles, and the management of the life cycle of the system, which is basically management strategy, grinding, rail hardness, lubrication, and rail contact fatigue. Next slide, please. Yeah. Just as an example of the, sorry, no, there is a picture missing here. Can you go next slide? No, no, please go back. Okay, yeah, there is a picture missing here. Sorry for that. Okay, well, just as an example of the work that we are doing in this wheel rail interface, the fleet at this moment has the wheel profile that is called B15, is the original profile. As part of this investigation process, we are evaluating the B17 implementation, which is a different wheel profile with different parameters. And a National Research Council has also suggested a customized wheel profile, which RTM is analyzing. Next slide, please. Okay, and we are also working in the flange lubrication system. If you remember, I told you that there are basically two lubrication systems in the wheel rail interface. One is the top of rail, and this is the flange lubrication system. Implemented properly, a flange lubrication system should be a key component to reduce wear, to ensure safety, reduce risk of derailment, and improve the train steering on the curves. The original design was time-based and is an onboard system. We identified that there were some opportunities for improvement. The system was not performing satisfactorily, so we identified the possibility to move from a time-based application of grease to a location-based application of grease, which means that it's much more optimized. We are not having grease in the areas where it is not necessary, which is the straight parts of the alignment. We are only focusing on the curves, and we are customizing the amount of grease that we are applying at every curve, which is also a significant improvement in the management of the life cycle of the system.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you, Enrique. So a bit on the other side of the analysis, the Transportation Safety Board report on the system and the derailments has a recommendation that we need to find a way to develop an onboard monitoring system or a way to monitor axle condition to prevent the kind of incidents, the further deterioration like we had in the incident in 2021. The challenge we have is there's limited technology available on the market that fits the configuration of the vehicle we have. The challenge is the vehicle is a low floor one, and the whole cartridge is encased into the axle structure, for a lack of a better term, as we've seen in the simulation. So that got us to maybe move into more of a research and development kind of approach. Richard, in his presentation, talked about the smart bugs. That's the early on technology that we tested. We tested the smart bugs in a live environment on the fleet over a period of time. And in fact, we continue to take measurements from the smart bugs. But the concern that we have with the smart bugs is that we haven't picked up anything. And that's a good thing, because that means our containment strategy that we have is working. So we are effectively replacing axles at 0.005 whenever they exceed that. And at 0.005, they don't emit any form of vibration. So that got us to pivot back to, okay, let's move to a different environment where we can push the axle further in a safe manner and without effectively compromising safety. So that's when we started having conversations with the National Research Council here in Ottawa to have a test rig that could accommodate the axle. Obviously, the test rig is calibrated for a different purpose, so we had to work with the NRC to develop a specific designs, an adapter, in all fairness, where we could mount our axle. And once the adapter is in place in the axle, then we can push the operating parameters well beyond. So we can simulate the lateral forces, we can simulate the operating environment, and take real-time monitoring and see the axle. If we want to push one all the way up to the end of the video we saw from Alstom, then we can do that as well. So that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of thinking that we're going to do. The challenge is our axle is the development of the adapter. That required some detailed design and back and forth with the National Research Council. I'm happy to report that we've completed that design. We got the sign off from NRC that this can be implemented. So we've effectively started the manufacturing part of the adapter. Once we have the adapter manufactured, we will be moving to a commissioning phase, and that will put us in a position early December where we will be able to start testing. So once we have that testing in place, we'll be able to run a number of scenarios. We're going to be able to test axles in different configuration in terms of wear and tear. Some with axle place at different levels, whether that's 0.06, 0.008. And we can install instrumentation on those axles to try to get what we've been after all along, which is a signature. We need to understand what is the vibration that gets generated when we have the phenomenon of the deterioration that we've seen in the video. At what point does that get generated? Because once we capture the signature, then we can instrument the axles. We can look into technology on how we can instrument the axle to capture that signature in a live environment, but also into an industrialized environment. It's no longer moving to an R&D project. It's going to be moving to fleet deployment. So we need to have a technology that's going to be reliable, that's going to be sustainable. Smart bugs are a good product, but they do have their pros and their cons. There's battery lives, depending on the frequency of time that they report. So it may not be the right product for us. So I just want to make sure that, we understand we're going to be setting up the test environment. And through that test environment, we're going to be looking for the signature. That signature might be vibration. It could be acoustic. It could be heat. There could be a number of things that we're going to be able to measure as we simulate the deterioration of this cartridge. So it's only once we completed those tests that we'll have better visibility. But in parallel, we're still going to continue to engage technology providers to see what kind of instrumentation is available out there that could fit. Because the fit part of is important. There's not a lot of space in that design to accommodate external parts. So that's the kind of discussion we're going to be running in parallel. Next slide, please. So this is pictures of the bench, the bench that's being assembled and the adapter. I think I pretty much covered everything that was on the slide. So next slide, please. The other test that we're doing that's also fundamental to our analysis is the testing we've done of lateral forces on the system have been measured at the vehicle level through a test campaign. So that means we need to take the vehicle into dedicated vehicle for a period of time, put a lot of instrumentation in there, probably lose a vehicle from revenue service and run the test in a couple of situations. And then once the test campaign is over, we remove the equipment and we move on. So what we're doing with this test here with the NRC is we're going to be measuring loads, lateral loads, the forces at the truck level. Because ultimately, this is where we see that interface between the wheel and the rail. So by taking those measurements over an extended period of time, that's going to help us get more control for the weather factor. A sunny day, rainy day, a snowy day, icy day, we'll be able to get all of this. So that's the kind, and we will be able to get it over multiple vehicles. That's the other part that's relevant because one vehicle is one signature, but two vehicles may have slightly different signatures. So with this kind of equipment installed by the wayside, we're going to be able to get every vehicle, and not only every vehicle, every axles. So that with that kind of data, that's going to be data we'll be feeding back to Alstom and their design efforts so that we can find the right level of calibration that will need to take place. Next slide. So as all of you are aware, we've received recommendations from Alstom, the 1,000-page report. The 1,000-page report consists of a number of independent reports, some of which we've already known that have been communicated to Transit Commission. Other pieces of information are actually reports that have been prepared and generated by RTM and RTG with respect to expertise on rail neutral temperature, how we deal with reed kinks, how we deal with the National Research Council and the wheel to rail interface. So ultimately, we've been working since, I guess, June 1st on everything that's in the report. That doesn't preclude us from moving forward on top of rail lubrication. When we saw the evidence and the benefits that's coming with that, that made a lot of sense. So that's why we moved forward with that. Restraining rail adjustment, that's a constraint. If that's a constraint, then it's having a role. My opinion at that point is no longer relevant. We need to make it happen. And this is what we did. But there's also other recommendations in that report that are longer lead times. Some of them about, we're talking about potentially extending the restraining rail. We're looking at replacing rail in curves with harder rail. We're also looking at track buckling and looking at ballast and shoulders. Those are longer lead times recommendations. Certainly not something we could hope to implement before winter, just to be clear. But those are the kind of improvements that if we go ahead, we'll need shutdowns and we'll need time. So these need to be designed, properly planned, properly planned so that we can deploy them. So the next window respectfully to do that is probably going to be in the spring of next year. So that gives us a bit of time to maybe focus on top of rail to get that through the door, go for the low hanging fruits, which is what we've done. But then it allows us also some time to go to take a view, look at the evidence, consult industry experts on the expected benefits. And if that is an improvement, that's something we will move forward with. What I also want to emphasize is a lot of the recommendations have been focusing on the infrastructure, and that's good. We like that. That's the visible part. The not so visible part is the other part of the equation, which is the vehicle, and that's the other part of the investigation that we're doing with GBA. And just again to corroborate the data that we've been receiving, look, cross-reference the various reports. What is the measurement data telling us with respect to the theory, and getting ourselves comfortable with the phenomenon that we're dealing with. So that's the other part that's currently underway. But in terms of the infrastructure, I'd like to be in a position before the end of the year to effectively satisfy that these are actual improvements that will help us solve the problem. And that is my timeline to my commitment to Renee, and the timeline that we're working against to give us enough time so that these could be implemented as early as this spring or early summer. Next slide, please. So we've talked about the redesign. I don't want to take too much time on this specific point. But as I mentioned, we're talking about the redesign. The focus for us over the next weeks are going to be to put the infrastructure things to bed, but also at the same time shift the focus on what's going on inside of that cartridge, and engaging the right parties with Alstom and their subcontractor and that's also going to help us understand the redesign piece, which is also a critical element in our analysis. Next slide, please. So again, just short term, a bit of a roadmap of things that are going that we have on the horizon. So the nut pinning is an initiative that if implemented satisfactorily is going to have some tangible short-term benefits. So that needs to go through a process which we refer to as the change control board. That means looking at it from the RTG and RTM side. We've also asked the input from our expert. Consulting with the city is the part with the change control board. Assuming everybody's comfortable with the change, then that's something we like to implement as soon as possible, just because of the benefits that they will have to the sustainability of our operation. We're doing the track measurements with the NRC. So the equipment's been installed. Equipment's been installed on one track. It's already generating data. Equipment's being installed on the other track in Curve 280. That's this weekend. So starting from Monday, we should start getting some measurements and starting to feed the information back into the system. So that's something we're very excited about. There's the deployment of top of rail lubrication and the calibration. Deployment is not my biggest concern. My biggest concern, and I think our collective biggest concern, is the actual commissioning, is how we get to how much product we put in the system. I don't want to create a situation where we fix one problem by creating another. So that's why we're very cautious in the way we will be deploying this. We're not looking for the short-term benefit. We're looking for the longer-term benefit. So if it takes a bit more time, we'll take the extra time. We just want to make sure we do it right. Completion of the analysis on the CBA, the cartridge bearing assembly issue. The testing with the NRC. There's also discussions about testing another technology for onboard displacement sensors. So that's something we're also discussing with the city and Alstom. But ultimately, this all leads us to finalizing the root cause. We cannot have a sustainable solution without a root cause. So that will be our focus. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Nicola, Enrique, and David for those presentations. If we could bring up the next slide, please. So we'd be looking for the last slide of the initial presentation, please. So it would be the bearing analysis presentation. And so, Mr. Chair, if you would forgive me for showing yet another flowchart, but we've reviewed a lot of information today. Our partners have come forward with lots of detail in terms of all the work that has been completed and the important progress that has been made. I want to summarize for Transit Commission what comes next in terms of corrective actions. The goal here is for a safe, reliable, and maintainable system that provides a sustainable service for our customers. We will then achieve the full system performance. To get there, as you've heard, we need to focus on the track infrastructure and we need to focus on the vehicle. So corrective actions associated with track include top of rail friction modifiers, gauge face lubrication, possibly replacing high rail, the work on the restraining rail positioning and the extent of the restraining railing curves, the rail neutral temperature, the ballast shoulders, and rail profile. On the vehicle side, we have the wheel profile, the redesign of the vehicle axle, and onboard monitoring equipment. All of this will come together to achieve full system performance, which continues to be safe, is more reliable and sustainable for our customers. So we thank you for your time this morning, and we're ready for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Richard, René, Nicolas, Enrique, David. I'll note we also have Daniel Hauber here from TRA, who can answer questions as well. So we will move to questions for staff from committee members or councillors. It's a lot of information. Councillor Hill, start with you.
Thank you very much, Chair. This will be in a disparate order because I took a lot of notes there, and so this won't be super organized. But I got a lot of interesting things to ask, and I'm appreciative of the fact that we're having this opportunity to discuss. Can you talk through? I suppose when you say staff, are we going to do a separate round when we talk with our private partners?
Any questions for anyone who's presented today, or for TRA?
Okay, thank you very much. Could, I guess, somebody talk me through a little bit in a high level, what is the routine process that we go through with our technical regulators in terms of confirming and validating the system that we have, the system we're going towards? Who are the authorities, and how often do you interact with those authorities to ensure that the systems that you're operating are either in compliance or are moving towards compliance or are safe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. So the regulatory structure for the Confederation Line project is quite different from other railways in North America. So Transport Canada delegated the regulatory authority over this railway to the City of Ottawa. So the regulatory body that is overseeing the system is the city manager. The body that is the operator, that is regulated, is OC Transpo. And we in turn have delegated authority to RTG in terms of the design, the construction, and the maintenance of the system. As part of that overall regulatory environment, there is the RCMO, the Regulatory Monitoring and Compliance Officer, that provides audit work and investigative work on behalf of the city manager and reports regularly back to Transit Commission. So at the high level, that's the structure for Confederation Line East and West, which is different, just as an aside, to the Trillium Line. which is clearly regulated by Transport Canada.
Okay, and so when we talk about potential solutions that are going to be changing some of the increased technical restrictions that we currently have, such as the 60,000 kilometer restriction on the axle, and looking at solutions that are going to change that to potentially move that to every 400,000, the authority to make that decision would be OC Transpo?
No, Mr. Chair. So as my colleague just explained, the delegation they are moved to make sure that what OC Transpo said that he will do it properly based on our own process. So all the safety technical related to the system, it's under RTG, Alstom, and for sure my team as well, and TRA who's doing the oversight with us. But the RCMO will not say, is it okay to move forward from 60,000 K to 400,000 K? It's not his role.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand then, if we think that there is an opportunity for us to move away from some of the safety restrictions that we've created in this custom system, that will come up to a transit commission for an authority for us to make that decision, or that will be made and we will be informed of that decision?
Mr. Chair, normally we will inform you. We don't ask you permission for that because the technical decision will be taken with Alstom, RTM, RTG, and us, and we'll make sure that if okay to move forward, and we'll inform you. We won't ask you to be able to take that decision.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just expand on Madam Amilcar's response, maybe it will help to understand what are the regulations under which we operate. So in terms of the delegation of authority, the regulations are all the design, all the construction, all the maintenance responsibilities, that's with RTG. Then there is operations, the operational procedures that are in place, that's with the City of Ottawa. We also have the safety management system and the security management system. The umbrella safety management system and security management system is with OC Transpo, but underneath that, ITG is responsible for their own safety management system and security management system. So when you look, if you look at the bodies of documentation that form those regulations, they're clearly laid out in the delegation of authority from Transport Canada.
Okay. My last kind of question, I guess, on this, and then I'll offer it to other folks to have their questions. So if we were to see an incident whereby there was a technical problem on this train in a year or two's time, after a decision was made to release some of these safety restrictions, the responsibility that is going to fall with the Transit Commission, with City Council for allowing those safety restrictions to be released, will it not?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I think what I heard was a statement there. I would rephrase the statement in that the responsibility and accountability sits with RTG. We are not coming to Transit Commission to ask for approval for the changes to the safety protocols that are being put forward and that are in place by Alstom and by RTG for the safe operations of the system. That is not the purpose of the various presentations today to Transit Commission. There is not a delegation of accountability here to Transit Commission.
Is that it, Councillor Hill? We may come back to you later. Okay. Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, snuck up on me there, Chair. Thank you. First of all, I'm glad we get to ask questions to everybody. And I think from the beginning, I've always been like, it feels like it's a bit of a DIY LRT project where We're making some changes here and there. So I'm going to try to restrict my question to what I heard in the presentation today. I guess first of all, we did electric heaters for the switches. We switched to gas. I'm seeing today the 31 lube stations. I just want to know a couple of things. First of all, the freeze factor, the snow coverage factor. And I also noticed in the descriptor, a solar panel. It says it uses DC, which is typically battery. It also mentions AC, which is typically hardwired electric, but with an inverter, you could make AC as well. So I don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. Is there going to be a hardwired system that will be in place for these lube machines, the 31 lube machines on the track?
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify, the decision to go solar panel is on the benefit of time. We know that the timeline that we are working with is quite tight, which means an implementation before the end of the year and the system working in January. The final design, we believe that could be a combination of solar panels and hard wiring. We are considering in this design that the potential challenges that we can have with the solar panels, we are aware about the inconveniences and also benefits of this technology. And we believe that the final design is a combination of both of them. And solar panel is a solid option from our technical perspective.
So just to make it a binary answer, no, not all 31 will be hardwired.
At the beginning, yes. With some time, no. Yeah.
Okay, I have a concern about that. The other question, I think this might be more addressed to Alstom if they're here. And I don't know who the representatives here. I want to thank Alstom for coming out and explaining things today. I'm fully convinced your train sets are great. I just saw Quebec City went with a $1.5 billion contract where you have the maintenance agreement as well. It's a much shorter stretch, obviously. It's a Citadel tram system, kind of similar to ours. I guess the question is, a lot of and I think it was touched by my colleague, in North America, we have this restrictor rail, but you do have other North American LRV vehicles. Do they have similar kinds of challenges?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the question. So we do not, as I said early on, we have fleets of light rail vehicles all around the world. The challenges that we are currently facing in Ottawa are kind of unique to Ottawa. It's not that other programs don't have challenges. I've been in rail since May of 2017. I've seen many programs with many challenges. But the ones we're observing here to date are unique to this application.
And that's the other questions, and I'll have some for RTG in a second. I'll keep them brief. But from an Alstom perspective, to re-engineer a complete bogey set for, and correct me if I'm wrong, for a radius problem or a curve problem, is this the first time you guys have done this? This seems pretty R&D, and that seems like a lot of extra effort, especially if the supplied specifications were in place.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think the design approach that we're taking, as I mentioned before in the presentation, is limited because we are trying to fit within the envelope that exists today. So I wouldn't call it a clean sheet design. We're trying to work within a space that allows for some kind of enhancement that is material, that is relevant, to add margin back to the system. We think we have some ideas that can do that, and our analysis will bear that out in the coming weeks. But I wouldn't call it a wholesale redesign, certainly. The bogey is an incredibly important part of the system. It's the interface to the rail, it's safety related. So these kinds of timelines and cycles take a very long time. So we need to work in a shorter timeline, and we need to work within a smaller envelope.
Great, and I can read between the lines on that. So thank you, Alstom. I'm going to turn back over to RTG, RTM for a second. There's a major player that's not at this table right now. Who is the engineering group that built these tracks?
Thank you for the question. The engineering group is, well, under the public-private partnership agreement, all the responsibility sits with RTG. And then we turn around and we've subcontracted the full design build activities to a joint venture consisting of member companies of, to take over the design and construction activities. And the design part has been subcontracted to a consortium of engineering firms that are, that have been involved in the project since the early days.
Okay, I didn't hear a name there. And for transparency purposes, we have a couple of major players between SNC and Ellis Don that are kind of the big fish. But we bring in Alstom. They've done a terrific job. They presented and defended their vehicle. I want to hear about the engineering aspect. And if you're saying, sorry, we can't ask questions of the engineering firm that is unnamed at this point, that's a little concerning because everything has to go through you as a filter.
So to be clear, the project was designed, constructed, commissioned, and delivered in 2019. At that point, it was handed over back to the maintenance operation to continue activities. The engineering group which was a special joint venture that's been created for the purpose of the project, has since then, people have moved on to other roles and responsibilities. So if there are still questions and residual questions, we're happy to front them and get the answers that you are looking for. But specifically in terms of the scope of the engineering joint venture, that scope has been delivered.
Okay, so we're not going to find out the name of the company that laid the tracks.
No, that's public information. So the engineering joint venture has representation. I think SNC Lavalin, now Atkins Realis was a key player. We need to check some of the other players that were involved in there, but that's a piece of information that's, I think, readily available.
Okay, I still don't know the name, but I'll go do some research. Another question, obviously, I think, from all this research, it still sounds like engineering, and the Herdman curve seems to be always the big issue. I'm going to ask the very unpopular question. While we're redoing bogies and all these weird things to keep the train quasi-running, would it not be simply cheaper to move the pumping station that the city owns, so it's not an expropriation process, realign the track at that Herdman curve, and get things going again? I know service would be down, but would it not be cheaper to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. So we've looked at that question because I know it has been raised in various forums, and it was raised back in 2012, 2013, when the original alignment for this system was brought forward and agreed. But in terms of the relocation of the pumping station, looking at that concept, our understanding that a rough order of magnitude for the cost of moving that pumping station is about $100 million. So that's just the cost of rebuilding the pumping station. We know that the ground conditions in that area are very, very poor. We know that because we've put in piles for bridges across the highway, because we built Herdman Station, because of the other major infrastructure in the area. So to relocate the pumping station just itself, that's our rough order of magnitude. That does not take into account the realignment of the major feeder main, because that pumping station is a water pumping station that provides the water for Orleans. So we have major feeder water mains that would have to be relocated, so that is all additional cost. And then there is the time associated with doing that work, which we're looking into years. We're looking into years and years and years for relocating. And in terms of  we've looked at the possibility of building some kind of embankment, some kind of retaining walls that would be right adjacent to the existing pumping station to see how much could we pull that track over. And we're looking at the high level, rough order of magnitude, we're still looking at the tens of millions of dollars. And the best curve that we could get is about 140-meter radius on the curve that is approaching the Riverside overpass next to the Via bridge. So it's currently at 120 meters. So we'd be gaining about 20 meters for spending tens of millions of dollars and many years of work just in itself to build a slightly realigned track. So that's kind of looking at the possibility of the pumping station. In terms of the other infrastructure which represent constraints in that area, we have the Rideau River Bridge crossing, which was an existing bridge that was utilized. To rebuild that is hugely expensive. We've got the Herdman Station. Again, the above ground stations on stage one, we're looking at between $25 and $50 million per station. So we're looking at a huge capital outlay with many, many years to relocate. The other piece of infrastructure is the Riverside overpass next to the Via rail bridge. And we are very tightly constrained there between an existing Via rail bridge where there's no opportunity to move unless you're looking decades away. And to the north, we have the intersection on the Highway 417. So it's a very constrained area of the guideway. And there were lots of discussions that happened for many, many years leading up to the finalization of the environmental assessment, which set that alignment. And maybe just also to add to the discussion, in all the reports that we've seen, we haven't seen a single suggestion to move a curve. And we describe this system as a light rail transit system. And light rail transit systems, one of the reasons that they're called that is because they move through cities, they move through urban areas. They have tight curves. It's not an underground, it's not a metro system, it's not an intercity line, it's a light rail system.
Great. And I appreciate your defense of what's happened here. But on day one, there was more squeaking and squawking than I've ever heard on any other LRT system in the world. And it's got its own name, the Herdman curve. So we'll agree to disagree. I'll go do the research to find out the questions that couldn't be answered today. And hopefully we have a solution because we're putting a lot of eggs in one basket here. And at the end of the day, if the new bogey system doesn't work because we haven't made the curves to what the specs are, I feel that the citizens of Ottawa are going to be failed yet again for could be another decade. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. So I mean, for me, I see this as Richard summarized in the last slide, that this is a all-around fix. It's trains and tracks. I don't mean to diminish anyone's point here, but anyway, moving on to the question. So has I know that the staff from Alstom has mentioned that Ottawa is the only fleet that's kind of experienced, and we're the only fleet where you've had this kind of experience with the fleet. So given that it is based on the design of a different vehicle that's used in tram systems all around the world, possibly and probably with tighter curves, and I mean like possibly right down to street corner curves. How come this has not come up before? Like, what's different about, let's say at a high level, what's different about our design of the nut versus the streetcars that run in France or everywhere else?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. I think to be clear, the design of the system was fully known and understood by Alstom when speccing the vehicle to be suitable for that system. So I want to be clear that, we are, and it was outlined in the report that we've given to RTG, the vehicle is suitable for the system. I think what we've highlighted in here is that there is unexpected high lateral loads. The part that we are absolutely aligned and in full agreement on is that we have a path forward to reduce those lateral loads. We are exploring a path forward to increase the resistance to those lateral loads. And this is a system level approach to a system level issue. So when, we see Richard's flow charts and we see all those different parameters, we could blow out each one of those boxes into multiple other parameters. And we're really addressing it very, very comprehensively. So I think that's the focus today. The focus today is how do we get the system back to operating the way the people of Ottawa, expect.
Okay, and to build on the long-term fix, the longer term fix being the reverse nut, the one that goes the other way. Because the trains don't, there are no turntables anymore in modern LRT. Actually, there are no turntables, period, in LRT systems, and trains just go backwards. Is there any risk to the reverse nut coming loose when the trains go the other way, or are the pins going to be part of that longer term solution as well?
I think there'll be two phases. So we have a number of design changes. The quickest way we can introduce this benefit is the pinning. The second way is the counter nut. I just want to encourage you and for all the people listening that all of the operating parameters that the train will see with respect to, directionality, speed, curves, all the rest of that is fully considered and modeled in suggesting the counter nut. So I just want to reassure you on that.
Thank you for that reassurance. And then ending on this line of questioning, when the axle gets redesigned, I'm guessing there's a prototype. Sorry, I'm not guessing. In the report, it says there's a prototype that gets designed. We're going to test it, blah, blah, blah. I'm assuming that when it comes to us, there's going to be an extra time period of customer testing. Would it be fair to assume that?
This would be a significant change. It would go through the change review board, and the validation of that change on the actual infrastructure would be something that would be agreed upon by the people that you see before you.
So it's fair to assume that for us, like I know you said 2020, like August 2025 is when that prototype is expected to be completed or installed and tested on one vehicle or something. And then for us, it'll take even longer because we have to test it more and install it on every train and all that.
No, so it's quite a bit longer than that. I think one of the very important steps before you get on a train on a network that has other trains and people on it is the endurance testing, which is a 12-month, very aggressive, rigorous endurance testing, which you have to add on to the end of 2025.
So moving on, now that we've had all these temporary speed restrictions on the curbs, these tracks are slightly super elevated. Like, has that added to, now that it's constant, it's regular, has that added to any of the additional lateral forces that kind of push down on, I guess, what would be the lower rail at that point? Because they're designed for a certain operating speed, I believe. We're running trains slower on the super elevated sections. Does that mean the wheel that's at the lower rail is now experiencing more friction than it's expected to? If that makes sense.
Exactly the question.
So in the curbs, the tracks are super elevated slightly, right? They're designed for a certain operating speed so that both wheels experience the same downward pressure from the train. From oversimplification. Now that we've implemented these temporary speed restrictions for so many years, it's going over that super elevated track at a lower speed. Does it apply more pressure on one wheel than expected, the lower wheel than expected?
The design condition of a track with what we call the cant, the inclination of both rails, is designed to create what we call a non-compensated lateral acceleration, which is normally about 0.6 meters per second, per square second, which means that when you are in a curve, not 100% of the lateral acceleration is compensated by the cant. It's only a portion, and the other is when you are in a train, the feeling that the train is pushing you out of the curve. So the calculated speed restrictions by Alstom in their proposal that are implemented is to eliminate the non-compensated speed restrictions and to keep the train in a balanced scenario, which means that it's zero lateral not compensated acceleration, but no, the train is not, let's say, going down to the curve. So it's balanced at this moment.
Okay,
with the
no,
restrictions.
that makes sense, and it's actually comforting to know. I'm gonna let my colleagues go first, and then I will go again later.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have access to the full RTM report. I know Ms. Amilcar and I had spoken about that a couple of months ago at committee. Were we going to see the Alstom report, and we were told we would, but it sounds like it's going to be incorporated in some sort of edited form into an RTM report. So since we have Alstom at the table, I just want to know from you, if you're willing to tell us, what is the full list of recommendations that you have made to RTG to address the axle bearing issues with which we have been faced?
So you will find the list, the 9 most important, the 9 recommendations that we have made. You'll find the list in my presentation of today.
And is that the entire list of recommendations that you've made? Is you've made 9 recommendations?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. One of those, I believe, was related to track geometry. No. And sorry, we don't have your presentation in front of us as I'm pursuing this, which is
not track geometry per se. No.
Mr. Chair, if I may, maybe I know that I referred to track geometry in my presentation,
okay.
And so the kind of elements that I was covering in that all-encompassing phrase, track geometry. So I'm talking about restraining rails. So restraining rails being the design philosophy that we have no contact. So that was the adjustment program that we just went through. There is also a question about the extent of the restraining rails. So the restraining rails currently start and end within the curve. And there's a discussion about whether that restraining rail needs to be extended beyond the curve and into the tangent.
Okay.
So that's another element related to track geometry. There's also the question more broadly around the measures that can be undertaken to strengthen the resistance of the track to the changes in temperature that occur in Ottawa. So we know that there's an issue around track buckling when there's high temperatures. There is always a concern about rail breaks at very, very low temperatures. So one of the ways of mitigating the track buckling is to improve the resistance of the track at the curves. So I had the photo up around the ballast on the curves, the ballast shoulders. And so there are a number of measures underneath that overall title of track geometry that we will continue to look at, and that part of RTG's consolidated report will lay out, okay, this is what will be done and this is when it will be done.
So Alstom has not made any recommendations with respect to track geometry. I'm wondering if we can pull those 9 recommendations up. That'd be fine. Thank you. Just make sure I've got them.
Sorry. Are we going to pull them up, or do you want me to just?
They're coming up on screen.
Okay. Yeah, 28.
Yep. Has RTG agreed to all 9 of these?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I was very clear in my presentation that we are reviewing those recommendations. We're seeking external independent expertise on the effectiveness of those recommendations to solve the issue that we have with the problem with our axle bearing cartridge assembly issues. Nevertheless, okay, we've seen the benefit of top of rail, so we didn't want to wait to get closure on everything before actioning that. So that's why we're going ahead with that, because we see the improvement, the benefit. The same thing about restraining rail positioning. There was an immediate concern. We responded with an immediate action. The other issues, I'd say recommendation 3, 4, 5 are changes to the configuration and actually involve significant work. I'm not saying we're not going to do it. What I can tell you, however, is there's no way we could have done it before winter. So the next window, if we are to get those recommendations implemented, is going to be this spring, but that will require that will need to be built into the shutdown that we normally do around springtime.
But you're not necessarily committed to doing 3, 4, 5 at this point?
We are reviewing 3, 4, 5 and assessing how they
effective.
fit in terms of solving the problem. And that is what we are looking at right now.
Okay.
Okay. When we look at 3, 4, 5, we talked about 6, the wheel to rail. That's the committee that's currently going on to look at the wheel profile. Can we change it? Can we move to another wheel profile? Can we do something about the rail profile? If we're not doing anything about the wheel, maybe we can do something about the rail, grinding the rail in specific curves to address issues. There are a number of things that can be done before we start talking about tearing down track and realigning. So the rail profile is one of them. The speed is another one of them. So that's the kind of discussions that we have at the Wheel to Rail Interface Committee. So that was one of the Alstom recommendations, and that's one we're carrying forward right now. If we look at additional testing, well, we are in fact doing additional testing with the lateral movements, with the lateral forces that we are measuring with the NRC. There's additional instrumented bogey testing that is going to be scheduled once we've implemented Topper Rail so that we can satisfy ourselves that we're getting the payback we're looking for with that investment. So that one's ongoing. The continuing monitoring and the hardware replacement are also, I think, recommendations that are probably more on the back end of the implementation of the program. Once we've actually worked our way through 1 to 7, then we can start talking about 8 and 9.
And I'm sorry, could I ask Alstom what it's meant by hardware replacement? I lost track of that one. Your recommendation number 9.
Oh, so the vehicles that have been in place for a while, this is, the high lateral forces, there is a certain of accumulated damage, right? And our understanding of that has brought us to put in one of the key safety restrictions was to replace hardware at 60,000 kilometers, which is of course very, very early. If we're looking to have a fully sustainable solution going forward, when we switch over and we make all the changes, we would need to have a clear understanding of what is the status of the hardware inside that axle box. And if you really want to zero time the hardware, a program of hardware replacement could be part of implementing a sustainable solution.
Okay. That would presumably be Alstom's decision to make.
We would make the recommendation to RTG.
To RTG?
Yes.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you for that. The Topper Rail friction reduction, for want of a better word, greasing the tracks. What kind of shutdowns are going to be associated with putting that hardware in place? Is that work can be accomplished overnight, or are we looking at a week-long shutdown at some point?
Well, at this moment, we are not planning significant shutdowns to install the system. It's relatively simple, and the fact that we are implementing solar panel powered, it's simplifying even more. That doesn't mean that occasionally we can request extended engineering hours, but nothing to do with a shutdown the way we know it.
Okay, that is excellent news. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I only had one other question. If I think of it, I'll come back on the list. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, here's my main question. And I am focused on fixing the problem, and I'm really pleased to see that this afternoon we're hearing from OC Transpo, from RTG, from Alstom, the focus on fixing the problem. But there is the one slide that you showed us demonstrating the lateral forces around the curves at Herdman and Tremblay that I think indicated that the lateral forces being experienced by the bogie through some of those curves is 15% higher than the train was designed for. Or than the design limits. So, sorry, I won't put words in the mouth. Why? Why is that? What has caused those lateral forces to be higher than what the train was designed for?
I'll take a first shot at answering the question, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure I'm going to leave some time for David to provide his perspective. I think the slide you're referring to is the one where we see the improvements from top of rail lubrication.
Yeah.
I don't think that slide has any indication about the design level of forces, the level of forces in the design. It's the level of forces that were measured in that curve before and after applying the top of rail lubrication. So what we see there is the improvement. And I think David and I today are all in agreement that reducing lateral forces is beneficial. Maybe David, if you want.
Reducing lateral forces is very beneficial.
Okay.
It's, we have a design system. We expect, certain forces. We're observing things that are not aligned with that.
Yeah.
That's secondary in our thought process. That's secondary in our approach today. Right now, we are totally lockstep in terms of making this a better system and going back to what it needs to be.
It is secondary, and that's why I'm focused on, I'm glad to see that we're all focused on solutions to ensure that the train can run sustainably according to what Ottawa taxpayers have paid for. But I've got to imagine if you are a jurisdiction somewhere else in the world that wants to build an LRT system, you're going to be very interested to know why lateral forces are higher than expected. So in order to get Ottawa residents on trains that run with the right headway and be able to move around our city in a sustainable way, do we need to understand why the lateral forces are higher than we expected? Maybe not. But I think anyone who is thinking of building an LRT, including ourselves with stage 2 and stage 3 coming up, need to understand that in greater depth. And I know, the LRT subcommittee, this transit commission, politicians right across the spectrum are going to continue to persist in asking why. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Yeah, just to continue that line of thought, the key question for me is when we get to the point of not just the prototype, but the new wheel bearing axle assembly, it obviously must be able to take this lateral weight that the current components are experiencing. Because if this truly is the issue that's caused the 3 major issues, and I think you've identified the problem. I think the video today was very helpful and helps for me, at least visually illustrating what we believe in theory is the issue. Then the new assembly has to be able to take the curves and the additional weight. So that for me is something that we need to see going forward. But to my main list here, I just want to I have a few questions. A number have already been asked. Can you confirm that all costs associated with the containment strategy, the mitigation strategy, the root cause analysis, and the ultimate sustainable solution that will be delivered, those are being borne by whom at this time?
Mr. Chair, the cost will be under RTG's responsibility.
So all of this work that's being undertaken, OC Transpo, City of Ottawa is not paying a penny. And RTG agrees that they are to be paying these costs. Is this correct? There's no disagreement by RTG at this point that all costs associated from that list I just mentioned are theirs and theirs alone.
Mr. Chair, I would say most of the cost. However, we know that we're working with TRA. TRA, sometimes we can charge to RTG, but sometimes it's OC Transpo will pay TRA. So, but most of the costs related to the issue with the bearing is under RTG's responsibility.
Okay, and RTG agrees with that? There's no disagreement?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment at this point.
Fair enough. Okay. The containment and mitigation plans that are in place now, should a final solution take more time to be ironed out and implemented, is that sustainable? Is the containment and mitigation plan that we have in place sustainable for a longer period of time, should that be the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. for the question. At the high level, it's not sustainable forever. So there is a challenge with the supply chain to replace the axles when we have a containment program that requires those axles to be replaced every 60,000 kilometers.
And the main concern is acquiring those axles. That's the main issue.
That's the main issue, acquiring those axles. Okay. But if I can just add that the aim of the nut pinning solution is to enable a new containment plan to be introduced with a new safety note from Alstom. And the replacement program for the axles will increase dramatically. And I believe David mentioned going from 60,000 kilometers up to 400,000 kilometers. So with that change occurring over the next several months, then that becomes more sustainable. And I don't know if anybody wants to add to that.
So I think, honestly, Richard, that's exactly correct. And as I said in my presentation, this is I'm hoping it came across, this is a step change, right? So it's not tomorrow. As Richard said, it's going to be implemented over the next few months, but taking an inspection regime of 3,750 kilometers and moving it to 7,500 is going to be a significant reduction on the load of the maintenance organization and allow them to perform the normal tasks that are required to have the availability of 15 multi-units in operation at peak hours and all this kind of stuff. So that's one. The second thing is, you're absolutely right. The capacity and the lead time of the suppliers for this kind of specific hardware is not going to be able to support the kind of regime that we have in place long term. So moving towards this solution is going to create a step change and hopefully create a level of service that will be transparent for the user.
Excellent. Okay. Again, under the current containment and mitigation plan that we have in place, are there any issues with the actual weight of the carriage when the carriage is filled to capacity with passengers?
As long as we respect the current safety note, there is no issue.
Okay, very good. And when will we get to double carriage runs again? I think at your very opening comment, you had indicated it's your desire to see double carriaging sooner rather than later. What's the holdup here?
So thank you for the question, Chair. It's a logistical calculation that needs to be undertaken, and that has not been done yet. Under single car operations, then it was our understanding that the current supply chain for the axles would provide sustainable service into the middle of next year. As we are running two-car consists, that reduces that time. So what we need to understand now from Alstom and from RTG is the pace for this new retrofit of the nut pinning. We need to understand how quickly can that be put in place, and how quickly do we get to parts of the fleet being able to run up to 400,000 kilometers without axle replacements. And you know, it's a mapping exercise that has not been undertaken yet, but we will be undertaking that very shortly now that we have this new retrofit being proposed.
Just to, the rationale for the single carriage in the immediate term is to reduce wear and tear and reduce the needed maintenance, because if we're running double carriages, they would be adding kilometers. They would need to be serviced more frequently. Then they come out of service for part of the day, and then we extend the amount of time needed to service those carriages.
Thank you for the question, Chair. In the first instance, we're trying to meet the operational needs. So we've been able to run single car vehicles, and we have been able to provide the service that is required. We understand that since September, that has changed. So there is an increase in ridership, and this is something that we applaud. This is what we want. We're trying to meet that ridership to ensure that we don't leave passengers on platforms. So we're introducing more double cars. And again, it's a bit of a balancing act. We're monitoring the situation daily. If we feel like there are too many instances of people being left at the platforms, then we will have to increase the number of vehicles. I would just like to hand it over to our partners if they have anything to add to that.
Just to give a big picture about the situation, it's not about the availability of trains itself. It's about every time we replace an axle, this axle is running out of life when he arrives to 60,000 kilometers, which means that it's not the number of trains, it's the availability of axles what is limiting the service. That doesn't mean that we don't have more trains than the trains that are on the line. It's because we are acting conservative in terms of ensuring that the situation is sustainable and the city is meeting the ridership requirements until we have a solution to put in place so we can go back to normality. In the coming months, we have three game changers, which is the top of rail implementation is going to make a difference. As you have seen in these charts, it's a 40% reduction in the loads. It's going to give us a different scenario. The not pinning, which is eliminating this 60,000 kilometer restriction and increasing to 400,000. But as David said, this is not happening in a week. It's going to take some time to have all the fleet retrofitted. And the other component Alstom is working on is on the supply chain, increasing the number of axles that are available so we can do replacements. That doesn't mean that we need to have in place all these changes, all these implementations to change the fleet availability scenario. That means that we need to have a forecast so we can start utilizing the kilometers that we are saving. But until we have visibility on that, we want to be conservative.
Thank you. My last question, and I apologize if at the LRT subcommittee this has been raised. I haven't been able to attend the last couple of meetings. Acknowledging that the Confederation line trains and the Trillium line trains are different, but given the severity of the impact to service with the axle bearing issue on the Confederation line, have we taken time to look at the Trillium line train axle bearings to make sure that this will not be an issue? Obviously, there are many components of the train, but particularly since this has been such a major issue on the Confed line, have we taken any additional steps with the Trillium line trains in this particular regard?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. Definitively, we will do our due diligence more than ever with the Trillium line. However, I want to say that the Trillium line is a total technology based on the Confederation line. But yes, the answer is yes, we're doing our due diligence and we will need to make sure that the system is ready before we launch it.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. My first comment is really just thank you very much for being here. I know this is a little bit of a tricky meeting for all, but we're glad to have you here in the spirit of transparency. I think so would the Ottawa community be happy to see everybody at the table. I want to say a couple of high level comments just in the spirit of, change doesn't happen in the past and Plan A never survives first contact with the enemy. We are here where we are and it's great to see these 9 recommendations. My first question, I think I'll start with the hardest question is, if we didn't have to keep the train running and we could shut it all down, would the 9 recommendations still be the same?
Thank you for the question. Maybe I need to ask you to reframe that question. Is the question around we are planning to do certain corrective actions on the basis that we want to keep the train running? That's the nature of the question?
Yeah.
I don't think it would change the recommendations.
The recommendations are independent of difficulty or logistical implementation. They are as best as we can determine through the measurements, the analysis, the interaction with other different parties, putting all those perspectives together. So they are really agnostic as to difficulty and kind of timeline. So we've put them out there. Now I think we're in the process of we've identified the short-term ones. And the good news is that short-term ones bring significant benefits. So that's our full focus now. As Nicola said, the other ones are in the pipeline of review and consideration, but they will be in a different timeline. But no, there's no association. We didn't discard anything because it would be difficult to implement.
Thank you very much for that. I'm glad to hear that. Because I wondered, if you were just trying to do the best you can while trying to keep us going here, and, knowing that council may not like to shut it down, right? Okay, thank you very much for that answer. We talk about the difference between 60,000 and potentially 400,000 kilometers where we would be swapping these things out now or doing the maintenance. Can you walk me through what that would look like when we make the decision to go from 60 to 400,000? You commented briefly that there would be a gradual, but would it be where we're at 60 now, so then at 100,000 we start making the number is 100,000 where we do that maintenance, and then 200 and then 300, or you already believe you'll go from 60 to 400,000 pretty quickly?
So we are finalizing our recommendation. As Richard said, we update our safety note on a monthly basis. We do this to maintain the most relevant, latest information because we have a lot of things going on at the same time. So we want to make sure we maintain that going forward. With the information that we have and with the nut locking potential, we do not envision a progressive approach. And that's really related to the failure mode. The nut unlocking is what causes a rapid deterioration. You lock the nut in place and all of a sudden you have a pure fatigue mode around the bearing, but you don't have things coming off, right? So we're comfortable with moving that to a 400,000 line. I mean, this is all in work right now, and we're going to be communicating this officially to the city. So no, we do not envision a step forward. That would be our recommendation.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Whenever you're doing experiments, you have confounding variables. And, for us, always our confounding variables seem to be weather and temperatures, right? And so I think about all that you're doing with the lubrication and any of these, are they all done, the testing with every potential confounding variable? I don't know if you have a list of them, is this all being done with the concept that we would have freezing rain and freezing temperatures and switching temperatures from one day to the next?
Yeah, the system we are using is from a North American manufacturer. The product actually is from this same manufacturer, the first product that we have proposed to use. This product has been tested in extreme weather conditions. They have quite experience in other railways in Canada, not LRVs, but freight lines in a very, very hard conditions. So this component is we can say that is probably the best in the market in terms of extreme weather conditions.
Okay. I think those were my main questions. I wanted to ask, for Renee or Richard, anyone really, OC Transpo. In any of these changes, do you see this impacting significantly the training of all of our bus operators and train operators and maintenance staff? Is this changing things significantly that would impact the amount of training that's need to be done?
Mr. Chair, I don't think so. However, it's always good to be, aware of things and to be cautious and careful. So we ask our operators to tell us when they hear, some kind abnormal noise, and which has been done in 2022. That's why we have identified a second problem. So those kind of cautious, we'll continue to work on them. But however, those are mitigation measures that Alstom and RTG will put in place. Won't necessarily need that, but we will follow their instructions for sure. Maybe with the grease, we will need to see if we have some slip slide, because Enrique said we don't know yet what quantity of grease we should put, because we need the exact quantity to do the job, not to have a slip and slide. So we'll be cautious on that, and we'll stay tuned on that for sure.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say it's nice to see our NRC involved in this so much, and then there are two independent groups, as far as I can see, too. Here, I think that's reassuring to all of us. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to talk a little bit about the restraining rail and the interface between the train system and the restraining rail. I guess my first question on that would be, Alstom, do you operate train systems in environments where you simply don't have a restraining rail on the track system?
I know those systems. Listen, I'm not familiar with every single system that Alstom operates around the world. I know those systems exist where there's no need for a restraining rail, but I couldn't specifically tell you that I know an exact example, but I can certainly get that answer for you.
No, that's a fair enough answer. I guess what I really want to understand is, you had indicated earlier that the restraining rail was a non-contact system. However, we've identified that there's been contact. Obviously, that's problematic because we have the lateral load concern, and this is a component of it. And I guess I just want to understand a little bit better. How did we settle on the solution that we're going to simply move this a few millimeters versus, simply removing it if you could, or making it even wider? What is the purpose of it if we have the flexibility to kind of internally manipulate this system, yet it's a part of the system that's causing some of the problem to our lateral load issue?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So there are guidelines in place for light rail system track design, and the guidelines that were referenced as part of the project agreement for the design of this system made reference to the use of restraining rails. It was up to the designer to determine what type of restraining rail philosophy was to be applied. So there are 3 different types of restraining rail philosophy under these track design guidelines: philosophy 1, philosophy 2, philosophy 3. And the first philosophy, I believe, would anticipate that there is full contact between the back of a wheel and a restraining rail. I think the second philosophy is it's occasional contact, and the third philosophy is there's no contact between the back of the wheel and the restraining rail. So that's just to give a summary of the guideline that is out there in North America when designing light rail system tracks. In this instance, we were looking at philosophy number 3. There was to be no contact. I cannot speak to whether there was no contact at the beginning of operations in 2019, to be honest. What we understand from the investigations and the test reports and the instrumented bogey work that has been done over several months is there has been contact that has occurred. Why has that contact occurred? There could be a number of reasons for that. It could be associated with the wear on the upper rail on the gauge face, which is widening the gauge, allowing the wheel set to move higher up on the outer rail in curves and attaining this contact. It could be related to that. It could be just related to the general tolerance that is in place for the maintenance of the upper rail and the lower rail and the restraining rail. So there's certainly a number of factors. How do we know that what we've done is okay? RTG brought in a third-party track engineering specialist firm from the UK, part of the Atkins group. They reviewed the information that was provided, and they came forward with a recommendation for the dimensions which are now being used as a criteria for setting the restraining rail. And they have assured that in terms of the main purpose of that restraining rail, which is to prevent derailment should the outer wheel climb up on top of the outer rail, that we maintain that purpose. We maintain that function, even though we've widened out the gap. So RTG has moved forward on that basis, and the City of Ottawa has accepted those changes on that basis.
Is there some kind of a feedback system whereby if we were to have a situation like where the one wheel climbed out and that created additional stresses on that restraining rail, would we get that feedback so that we would know their problem?
So the the shutdown that occurred in July really focused everybody's attention on the restraining rail. That's when we started talking about it a lot. In order to move back into service, we had a safe return to service plan. Part of that program and that plan was that we would have weekly checks on the positions of the restraining rails, weekly checks on whether or not contact was occurring between the restraining rail and the back of the wheel. And that occurs both through a visual inspection of the track in the field. And so paint is applied to the restraining rails. If the paint is scraped off, then first of all, we need to do an assessment. Is that a high rail piece of a maintenance equipment that's possibly caused that paint to be scraped off? If we're sure that it's not, then that gets reported back for further investigation and further measurements are taken. And if we're beyond the dimensional criteria that has now been set, then that restraining rail needs to be adjusted. So there is a new protocol in place that governs how we manage the restraining rail and this absolute need for no contact.
Restraining rail has been part of my day-to-day life for the last 6 months or so. There's a lot of questions. We jumped to the conclusion and making the adjustment, but as part of the analysis, we will be reporting back. We need to recommend our views with respect to the restraining rail, and that will be addressed in my report on the sustainable solution. What I need to emphasize, and we will go back to the early days of testing and commissioning to validate whether or not there was any contact. So we will be answering these questions. We will also be talking about the gauge, because the gauge is the distance between the two rails. It starts off at 1435 millimeter, and then it moves. It can move all the way up to 10 millimeters. The issue that we have is we have gauge moving, but the restraining rail couldn't keep up with the widening of the gauge. And that's why we had to come out with a wider element. So gauge moves on all railways, okay? And I must emphasize, the track is the visible part of the system. Everybody sees the track. You can get any expert to come in, you can walk the track over 3 days, you'll get a good report, and everybody's gonna have an opinion about the track. The track is no better, no worse than a standard track in North America. That's the advice we're getting. Can it be improved? Of course it can be improved. Every track can be improved. So at the end of the day, we're looking at the recommendations. We'll take a very educated opinion based on science, based on experience, and based on independent expertise on this adjustment. Is it required? What's the role? Does it get us to solve the problem? And we'll apply the same screening to all the recommendations. And that's the basis, I think, over which we'll satisfy ourselves that we have a sustainable solution. Sorry, just wanted to.
No, thank you very much. A question for Alstom. The video that you showed that indicated the effects of the lateral movement and how that subsequently evolved into the bearing issue and then into the to the nut issue, et cetera. Is that your your hypothesis of what the issue could be, or that is what the problem is?
Thank you very much for the question. It started off a long time ago as a hypothesis. All the supporting data that we have, we've included into our report. We are very confident that this is the actual failure mode. We totally understand that we need to go and present that data, and then there's areas to debate. We are open to other perspectives. It is a complex system, but when we put it in the report, it's not because it's a hypothesis, it's because we have a high degree of confidence. But I think ultimately, being a company based on engineering data and science, we must remain open to different perspectives, but we will weigh and judge each one based on their merits.
Thank you. My last question is with regard to the transition from the hybrid of one car versus two cars and how we're transitioning forward towards that. Is there a rail system capacity issue at play here that's governing the total number of systems that can be running around at the same time? And I asked that question because I had heard that, you could potentially take a single car and add a segment to it to potentially give it a little bit more capacity, as opposed to doubling it up. But I just wanted to see if that's something that could be a consideration if we're looking to increase capacity while not overstressing axles.
Thank you for the question. So the current configuration of the Citadis vehicle is it has 4 modules. And part of the plan long-term, we're talking 20, 25 years away, when there was anticipated significant growth in ridership in Ottawa, was that we would add an additional module, a 5th module to the train to increase the capacity of the train. So that is a big step function to make that change to the vehicle. There is a huge step function in terms of the infrastructure as well. The downtown stations, the underground stations, have platforms that can accommodate that extra 20-meter length for a 2-car consist. But the above ground stations are not built to that length. So we would have to extend the platforms to be able to use a 2-car consist with a 5th module. Is there some parameter in between? Then possibly, but the process of being in a position to add that 5th module is very, very far away. It was not contemplated for decades.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. So in the very first slide, I don't remember whose presentation it was, to be honest. I note that you included the MBDF between you noted the MBDF of each failure point, not failure, sorry, of each incident point, right? So it was what, six point something in when the first derailment happened, and in July 2022 it was 4.8 whatever, and it's 4.3 when the shutdown happened in the summer. Is that a concerning trend? Can we expect that to continue trending downwards, or like is the containment enough to keep that at 4.3?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the question. No, absolutely. The containment, and whenever you put in containment in place, the full expectation is that you will not see any event. So it's not a trend, it's an absolute kind of cutoff. So everything we've done, the parameters we've set, 60,000 K life on the hardware, 3750 inspection regime, all of that is to ensure that it's not a trend, it just never happens again.
Good, excellent. So one of the questions that somebody else brought up, I'm going to stop referencing people because I forget, is that there's a distance variation when the rails move because of cold or hot, heat, right? But the restraining rail can't keep up. Has any consideration been given, and completely recognizing that this is a possibly major infrastructure investment, has any consideration been given to like using flanges of some sort as a restraining rail? Because I know that is an option in places, but I don't know if that's ever been considered.
Yeah, I think I understand the question, Mr. Chair. The problem is not the restraining rail moving with the temperature. So I want to make sure we get that clear. The track moves with temperature. That's what we call the rail neutral temperature. And I'll give you a non-engineer answer because I'm not an engineer. However, the way we understand it is when we get into really hot temperature like we see in Ottawa, the rail expands. Okay, so when the rail expands, if it's tied, if it's attached to the ties, it needs a place where it can expand, because or else it's going to move, and that's what we create. That's what we refer to as heat kinks. Heat kinks were a significant problem in 2020. They were. How we dealt with them in 2020, we would cut the rail to relieve the pressure, let it settle back in position, put a temporary speed restriction, and then come back at a later point to weld it back together. And over time, these interventions have allowed us to relieve stress from the track in a heat environment. There's discussion about increasing the heat temperature over and above where we are right now, but there is also a trade-off. Because every time we move the heat temperature up, that we allow the track to take more heat, hotter condition. However, when we get to winter and we get in a cold environment, that's when the rail starts to contract. Now, if I had to make a choice between a heat kink at 2 p.m. in the afternoon on a beautiful Tuesday with sunshine that's right there visible for everybody to see, versus a rail snapping at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Monday in the middle of the night, I take the heat kink any day, because the rail breakage is going to put us in a position where it would be much more disruptive to service than the temporary speed restriction. And that's the balancing act with respect to rail neutral temperature. But it's not linked to the restraining rail. The restraining rail is something that's meant to be adjusted manually as the gauge on the track widens. We need more and more space because the vehicle is not getting any wider. So if the rail starts widening, if the gauge starts widening up, we need the restraining rail to be able to be adjusted so that it no longer contacts. I don't know if I've answered the question, but that's the best I can offer you right now.
3/4 of the way there. So yeah, I understand the balancing act that has to go, because we have very cold winters, very hot summers. And what I'm thinking of is more along the lines of like a flange that kind of attaches to the rail so that it moves with the rail as it expands. I don't know if that is true or not, but like a streetcar track, for example, embedded in concrete, it's a rail and there's a little flange that comes up like this, right? Like would that at least partially help address the problem of that space between the travel rail and the restraining rail closing as it expands?
Theoretically, that is what should happen. I mean, the three components, the low rail, the high rail, and the restraining rail are linked through the same component, which is the slipper or the tie, which is a very solid concrete component, which is not the tie is not very elastic by itself. So what is happening? Normally, when you have expansion on the rails, all this steel that increase the volume is just pushing the curve outside direction, outbound direction to the curve. There is more steel in the high rail because it's the one that is longer, which means that it expands more than the low rail. That increases the gauge. So this is the inner rail is expanding, but the rail at the outside of the curve is expanding more, and that increases the. So theoretically, in a normal condition, in the original design, the restraining rail should be exactly at the same position regarding the low rail, because if you are not moving the rail respect to the tie, you are moving everything, including the tie. So the capacity of the rail to push the infrastructure, the superstructure, is dragging literally, and this is normal in any system. I mean, it's nothing specific in Ottawa. Is dragging the slipper, the tie. So the point is, when we did these adjustments to the restraining rail, going beyond the original parameter design, we had to push the system to the limit, which means, because it was designed that way, which means that we ran out of space and we had to reconfigure the restraining rail in a position that was not the one was intended. So we are implementing at this moment, and it's okay. I mean, it was possible. Actually, at this moment, there is no contact. We have been 5 weeks with no contact. But obviously, we need to be prepared when temperatures go up again. And we know that the force that is pushing all the system back is probably going to move the restraining rail. So it's a very simple solution. We are just either replacing the bracket for a bracket that is reconfigured in a different position, or stopping the movement of the bracket with a small shim that is blocking the bracket from moving inside the bolt. And this is basically the action that is taking place to ensure that the reference between the restraining rail and the low rail is exactly the same along the year. And the only parameter that we need to adjust is the gauge, which we cannot control.
Okay, thank you. So the last question that I have is sort of an indulgence question. So there are at least 3 or 4 operators that are prospective owners of this train, of the vehicles that we have. could they expect the same, could they expect that their vehicles will have the same solutions that we're getting, so this doesn't happen again to their systems?
Again, the vehicle is suitable for the application. The vehicles that we have offered and are designing to and deploying and commissioning and validating in other areas are indeed suitable for their respective applications.
Cool, great, thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask my colleagues' forgiveness on this one. I've got a technical question that I don't understand, which is, what is the function of ballast in this discussion? It's one we've been taken into a deep dive of how these rail systems work. What ultimately is the role of ballast in this discussion?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. You have a choice. Do you want my answer or the technical answer?
I'm going to ask for the one suitable for politicians.
Well, I'll try with mine. If that still doesn't work, then we'll go to technical. Ballast is what keeps the track in place. Okay, it's rock that fills in between the ties, and literally almost need to bury the ties so that when there are forces, either the vehicle running through the track or even weather temperature, the rock by itself keeps the concrete of the tie in position. So that's why we need sufficient width of ballast and a shoulder so that there's enough rock to keep it in place. But ballast over time settles. Okay, so you can have it today, having back in 2019, we were probably at tie level. Today, we're probably, ballast has settled because it's rock and the rock compacts over time. So ballast needs to be added to keep it back to the original levels that it was, because it needs to be refilled. Ballast can run off the shoulder. Like, there's a number of things that can happen. So replenish the ballast shoulder is part of the maintenance activity that needs to take place. Now, the challenge we have is some of the real estate that we have on the alignment probably doesn't give us enough room to have the proper shoulder on ballast. So that's one of the challenge that we have with that's been identified in the Alstom recommendations that we are looking at. How there are ways that we could be reestablishing shoulders that would allow to keep the proper slope, because it's the mass of the rock that keeps the ties in place. I don't know if Enrique wants to.
Just an addition to this comment that maybe responds the following question. So why we don't just put a slab of concrete instead of sleepers and ballast? Because ballast has another extremely good quality, is elastic. Maybe you don't feel it, but these stones are not just stones, are very characteristic and specific stones. And if you see the train passing through a track, you can see that the rails are moving down and then up, are bouncing. Basically, it's a suspension system. It isolates the superstructure from the other elements. And it's extremely good. It's so good that all the other systems that are in the world, let's say, there are tracks that are embedded in concrete, and they have elastic components, rubber components. They try to simulate what ballast does, and they don't get it. The best system is ballast for sure, because it can be renovated, it can be tampered. It's quite a good component dealing with extremely heavy loads, but being at the same time elastic.
And where are some of those geographies where we're challenged with respect to a sufficient volume because of limited shoulder width?
That's one of the activities we're currently doing in terms of surveying the track and identifying those locations. And that's going to be part of the recommendations that we're going to be looking at.
Is there ballast in the tunnel?
No.
It's concrete through the tunnel, right? But I presume there are there's less variability of temperature, right? Or something like, why is it not ballast in the tunnel?
Well, there are some operations where you can find ballast in the tunnel. Theoretically, the direct fixation, which is the one used in the tunnel, it's a slab, a concrete slab, and then the direct fixation, which is like a steel component with a elastic component in between the slab and the component. It's because theoretically it requires less maintenance. And it's more, let's say, it's more efficient in terms of the life cycle management. You don't need to put a tamping machine, which is a huge machine inside the tunnel, and do this operation. It simplifies significantly the maintenance of the system. I believe that this is the main reason. There is another option. There's another interesting feature of these other systems, the ones that are in embedded or in concrete slab, which is that you can have a more elastic components that isolates the environment from the train vibrations,
right,
which is reducing the affection to the houses and the. So this is also used in tunnels for that purpose.
Okay. So just to finalize that line, the Alstom has made a recommendation with respect to ballast, which sounds like you are seeking what to make sure that there is sufficient ballast along the length of the track in order to minimize the lateral forces that otherwise it would be mitigating.
I think the recommendation is based on the observation that the track needs ballast.
Okay.
So that's point number one. It does. And there are locations which we are identifying right now where we will probably need to design some form of retaining wall structure to address the challenge of not enough real estate to keep the proper slope. I think that is the factual answer to your question.
So in building those restraining walls, that will be easier in some locations than others, like I presume geography might make that challenging in some areas?
Until we do the survey, that's going to be a side-by-side analysis. I don't expect this to be multiple locations. It's probably a handful of locations.
Okay.
But there is a need for this track to have a lot of ballast added over the next 12 months.
Okay.
That is a fact.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Thanks for indulging me there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. One is the current speed restrictions. Do any of the shorter term mitigation measures, will any of them result in a removal of any of those speed restrictions in the next few months, let's say?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So that is currently under review. It is a possibility. I cannot confirm at this moment in time, but it is a possibility.
Okay, thank you. I guess besides the single trains versus double trains, I think those speed restrictions are the biggest visible impact to passengers. So obviously better to get those removed when it's safe to do so. And the second, a really high level question, but I think it's important. How likely is an axle related failure at this point? Today, next week?
With the safety measures that we've put in place, the likelihood is virtually zero. And that's the likelihood that we target in this kind of safety criteria.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from committee members? Okay, we need to receive this report. So is this report received? Received, thank you. Thank you to all of you for answering our questions for the presentation today. I'll note for committee members, the PowerPoint presentations are available on the Council SharePoint Drive. We're going to take a break and reset before our next item. We're going to take 20 minutes. So it's we'll come back at 2:15. If folks could please try to be on time, because we do have a couple of other items to get through. So we'll be back at 2:15. Thank you.
Audio test for the meeting stream.
We are going to get started in a minute. Okay, we're going to restart. On recommence. We are moving on to item 5.2, incidents affecting LRT vehicles and services. And we have, again, Richard and Renee with a presentation on this item. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Nicola and Enrique will be available as well to answer some questions, but we'll start first with Richard with a short deck.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. If we could go to the next slide, please. So for the presentation this afternoon, I will speak about two weather events that impacted the overhead catenary system. So we have the lightning strike in July 2022 and the ice buildup that occurred in January of this year. Next slide, please. To start off with, I'll talk about the lightning strike. So this was from 24th of July, 2022. As you can see on the screen, the lightning strike occurred near Herdman Station. And so this map is actually, we credit Environment Canada with this map. They have a real-time lightning tracker. So they were able to confirm that the lightning struck very close to our line at the time that we know our OCS was impacted. In terms of the impact, we had significant damage to the overhead catenary system, and repairs to the OCS took several days and caused closure of a section of the O-train for several days. Next slide, please. So as with every complex investigation, there are several steps that are followed that ultimately result in an action plan being developed to resolve the root cause. So to assist with the investigation, EXP, a consultant with extensive expertise in electrical engineering and infrastructure, was engaged by RTG. RTG and EXP submitted their report in June of this year to the city. This report noted a lack of LRT specific standards and recommended guidelines related to lightning. And that there is little published data available on the impacts of lightning and the design experience from other transit agencies. Also, in the report from their peer review, EXP also determined that the OCS design in Ottawa is consistent with North American light rail systems, but that again, there are limited industry standards for mitigations. The report contained recommendations which include undertaking a surge study and to eliminate areas where flashover is a potential. We are currently in the final phase and expect RTG to review the recommendations and to submit an action plan by the end of this month. Next slide, please. We were hoping, as part of today's Transit Commission, that we would have the engineer responsible for the report, Mr. Richard Caltrow. We were hoping he would be available, but unfortunately he's not available. If there are detailed questions related to the lightning report and the corrective actions, then we have RTG, RTM, and James Messel, the Director of Engineering for RTM, will be available to answer questions. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move on from the lightning to the freezing rain event. I had previously provided a summary of this event. In terms of the investigation that concluded earlier on this year, and we had previously explained that temperatures at the time were unseasonably warm and heavy precipitation caused ice buildup on the OCS near Rideau River. Arcing occurred between the vehicle pantographs and the OCS, causing failure of the contact wire, loss of power, immobilized trains, and more ice accumulation. The ice was subsequently removed. The OCS was repaired and complete service was restored on January the 10th. Next slide, please. The project agreement does stipulate the requirements for vehicles to withstand up to 5 millimeters per hour and 30 millimeters per day of freezing rain. The OCS cables are designed for 12.5 millimeters of ice accumulation. This incident is not the first time that we have had to deal with freezing rain. From 2019 to 2022, we had over 50 days of freezing rain events, and we experienced 0 ice-related OCS issues. The system has demonstrated on many occasions that it is robust enough for the usual Ottawa winter weather. However, when the system is tested to the limits of its design, different measures are required to maintain service. Next slide, please. So I'll now talk about the action plan and what actions and mitigations are being implemented to reduce these disruptions on our customers due to winter weather. Shortly after the incident, the city and RTG established an overhead catenary system working group that brought together experts, including those that have expertise in power supply and distribution. Some immediate actions that were implemented included increasing the number of in-service trains that had winter carbons installed, strategically placing staff on the line to monitor ice buildup and arcing, and using the train diagnostic computer system in real time to monitor any spikes in current. Moving forward, the following short-term and long-term mitigations will be implemented. Deploying anti-icing treatments on the contact wire in advance of freezing rain, installing an LRV-mounted OCS monitoring system, making available a non-electric recovery vehicle which will be on site in case of power supply interruption. And finally, RTG is working on having an improved weather forecasting information system to provide sufficient time for the teams to be ready for any specific freezing rain event. There are other mitigations that are being explored for 2024 and beyond. They include supplier certification for heat tracing. This work is in progress and further work is required before implementation. The heat tracing is related to the addition of a cable that is attached to the contact wire that can be used as a resistance cable. It heats up and it prevents ice accumulating on the contact wire. What is currently being investigated is the feasibility of installing that cable in the section of the system where we know we are prone to ice accumulation, so between the University of Ottawa down through Lees and towards Herdman. For next winter also, microclimate weather stations are being considered, but this will depend on how our new improved forecasting tools work. And additionally, RTG is looking at the possibility of installing a pantograph camera at the maintenance facility that will be able to give a remote view of the condition of the pantograph as a vehicle comes back into the yard, so that we can check for any anomalies or damage that's occurring to the contact strip. Next slide, please. So in terms of the implications for stage 2, we're carefully considering these investigations and action plans, and they will be applied to stage 2. In terms of the short and long-term mitigations that apply to stage 2, we will be assessing the heat tracing solution to see if there is any section of the stage 2 guideway where this may be required. Currently, we do not think that it is necessary. We need to go through the process of understanding the success of the heat tracing that is installed around the Rideau River before making consideration for applying that to stage 2. Currently, we don't have any concerns about particular locations on the east and west extensions for the Confederation line. So that concludes my brief presentation, and I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We have no delegations on this, so we can go straight to questions from committee for staff or the representatives from RTG who are here. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this overview. It's certainly been a long time coming as well. You mentioned the project agreement has specific accumulation metrics in it per hour, and I wanted to double check that those are actually reasonable and accurate to reflect Ottawa's freezing rain patterns. I don't know whether or not the numbers you displayed are sound. Maybe they're too low and not truly accurate. Have those numbers been verified at all?
Thank you for the question. Since we had the incident, then there has been a lot of analysis of previous freezing rain events in Ottawa. And in terms of getting data on the amount of accumulation, then we rely heavily on Environment Canada. The nearest monitoring site that we use is from the Ottawa Airport, which is not that close. So the kind of freezing rain accumulations that have been occurring out at the Ottawa Airport have not really exceeded what is included in the project agreement. But there needs to be a discussion about are there microclimates under the current alignment? We believe that this was exposed in this particular event, that there is a microclimate around the Rideau River. So we're addressing that particular issue on the basis that it has happened. Could it have been predicted? I'm not sure.
Some of the mitigation strategies that you've just listed, including anti-icing treatments, potential vehicle to go with a line or running trains at night, additional monitoring, that's for the whole line. And I'm particularly concerned about what happens between Lees and Herdman stations, because in past presentations, you've acknowledged that there is a microclimate and that there could potentially be greater ice buildup on the line at this particular location. I don't see a covered option actually covering the line between Lees and Herdman as something that's at least being considered, potentially because you believe the other mitigation strategies will be sufficient. I'm very concerned going into winter fairly soon that we could in fact have another situation where freezing rain shuts our line down. So are you satisfied with the options you've presented to us, and why isn't a covering, I don't know what the exact terminology would be, but we would actually construct, a roof or something over the line, because we know in this particular area, we are exponentially challenged by ice conditions on the line because of the proximity to the river. So that's my concern, and I raise that now.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So in terms of providing a cover, that was explored, and there are certain systems that are available, that are used in different jurisdictions, that provide very localized coverage to the contact wire. And when we say cover, it's not a canopy that goes over the whole guideway. It's a very small hat-shaped piece of plastic, a plastic strip that sits right on top of the contact wire. So other jurisdictions have chosen to use that in a limited way. That has not been considered as a good option for us here. We're concerned about the amount of ice accumulation that we have and how that potentially increases significantly the loading on the contact wire by providing a much greater surface area for the freezing rain to accumulate on. So that was one of the reasons why that has not been considered. We're very satisfied with the option of the deployment of anti-icing, anti-freezing products. So both the city and RTG and RTM have spoken to other jurisdictions, particularly TTC, and other carriers in Canada who use anti-icing product. In TTC, they're doing tens of kilometers every week of OCS anti-icing deployment. For our system, we believe that is the simplest measure, the simplest mitigation to employ, the fastest to be ready to deploy, and it can be applied very locally. So we can do the whole system, or we can do, as you are kind of rightly pointing out, there are areas of the system where we have more concern than others. And from if there are, I can ask RTM to maybe add some more information, but from my understanding, the anti-icing product is effective for up to 7 days. So we would get into a cycle of applying this product, on a regular basis.
Yeah, that is accurate. It's 7 days effectivity. So yeah, the plan is to do based on weather forecast application of the product before there is any kind of prevision of ice event, so we can be prepared in advance.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate this update today. I'm, of course, very, very concerned about what's happened earlier this year with passengers being rescued by the Ottawa Fire Services. Ottawa's winter weather is predictable in the sense that we know we're going to get heavy snow and very cold temperatures and freezing rain, and that will continue to happen. And so we don't want to see this again. We don't want the project agreement referenced, well, this exceeded numbers in the project agreement, therefore our hands are tied. No, our job is to make sure the line runs in all weather, including freezing rain, and appreciate the mitigation techniques that you've raised today, and I hope they work. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we need to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. Have we, so besides the fact that there is a river, besides the fact that there's a microclimate in that area, is that the only reason, or have we determined that's the only real reason why that section of Catenary is always affected by so much more ice than the others?
Currently, that's the only theory that we're working with right now.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. And so if it is determined to be feasible, like a heat trace wire in that section of track, if we determine that it is feasible, can this be implemented during maintenance hours or over the summer shutdown, or without major disruption to customers in regular service?
I'd like to ask RTM to comment on the implementation of the tracing wire.
I'm going to send the question to James Messer, our technical director. She's going to give us more details.
Well, thank you for the question. So the system we're talking about, just to give a bit more of a description, is it's effectively a heat trace wire, like you'd heat in a pipe or on something like that, and it basically clips to the top of the contact wire. So it's a relatively unintrusive installation. There's some electrical equipment on the side of the alignment that powers it, that feeds it, that needs to be installed, but it's relatively uninvasive to install, but I think, we need to work on the implementation plan in terms of what kind of timing would be required. Doing it over sequential engineering hours would take quite some time, but that plan will have to be developed as we look at the timelines for implementation.
Okay, understand. Yeah, I know we're still pretty early in the process for all this. The other system that I'll say semi-aware of is using the Joule using joules from the electric system to kind of heat the wire up by sending extra voltage or current or whatever through the wires. The heat tracing sounds much safer, first of all, but has that also been considered, kind of like the canopy that Councillor Brockington mentioned?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So the OCS working group that has been looking at the various mitigations that are possible did investigate that option as well. It was on the list. It was ruled out for the Confederation line based on the fact that you can't run trains when you're providing heat directly to the contact wire by basically using the contact wire as a resistance wire. So it limits the operations. There would also need to be changes that would need to be made at the traction power substation, whereas as Mr. Messel indicated, the tracing wire is a tracing cable is a relatively inobtrusive installation process.
Great, thank you. Glad to know that it's been at least talked about like that. So good, thank you.
Councillor Leeper. Thanks. The only other place along stage 2 where I can think of sort of similar conditions to Herdman is at Westboro Beach, where the line in between Kitchissippi Station and the portal to the tunnel, you're very close to the river there. I'm wondering if it's possible, and feel free, of course, to take this away, just to monitor freezing rain conditions during the station construction period to see whether or not there is a difference in freezing rain from that geography to others. So I leave that with you as a request to see whether you can do some work ahead of time to see whether it has different features. The de-icing, I'd probably be remiss not to ask about any environmental considerations there. Is that going to drip into our river and poison fish or anything?
Yeah, it's thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It's an inert water-based product. So all the information we have is that it's been used in many other jurisdictions. There are no environmental concerns.
Okay. Could you fire me an MSDS on that? I'm just curious. I wouldn't mind taking a look at that.
We can do that, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions on this item. So again, thank you to staff and RTG for the presentation and the report today. Is this item received? Received, thank you. Okay, our last item today is number 5.3, sponsorship of transit services. Just give staff a moment to switch out chairs. So joining us today for the presentation, we have Lisa Bishop Spencer and Justin Hopner from OC Transpo. So over to you for our presentation.
Thank you. When developing the agenda, we decided to end on a high note. So that's why Justin's here for us. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you today to showcase some of the work that our staff and partners have been doing on OC Transpo's advertising and sponsorship delivery. So I'll start by taking you through a high-level overview of how our advertising and sponsorship fits into the transit landscape, a little bit more about where it's headed and why it's an important part of our service delivery. And then I will turn it over to Justin, our Senior Project Manager, Transit Marketing, who who will provide a detailed presentation of our advertising and sponsorship activities and our next steps in expanding these portfolios. So let's get right into it. Next slide, please. OC Transpo uses advertising, sponsorship, and partnerships to generate what we call non-fare revenue. This includes existing advertising contracts along with sponsorships and partnership agreements for special events and services where it's feasible. And while the total revenue generated from sponsorship and advertising is small compared to the transit operating budget, it does carry significant benefits to our customers, to our brand, and to service delivery. Advertising provides a stable and consistent source of revenue, even during the pandemic when revenues were lower. It also shows that we're a trusted partner for all businesses and organizations, and it fosters the local economy. A healthy advertising and sponsorship program provides another way for us to raise our profile and increase public trust with our community and its residents. Bless you. It also amplifies transit information and other City of Ottawa services to our residents due to our ability to share our ad space with our partners. Agreements with local partners and events help us leverage our ad space as a venue where transit services and brand can be promoted. Finally, we believe that a well-managed advertising program helps animate the customer experience with vibrant messages on bare surfaces, as well as keeping residents informed about local events and initiatives. We're starting to prioritize our focus in this area with a view to increasing our sponsorship, our partnership, and our advertising revenues while we balance our other priorities from transit services in our 5-year roadmap. So now I'm going to turn it over to Justin. He'll take you through our advertising portfolio, and then he'll offer a view of OC Transpo's advertising and sponsorship activities, how they compare with other transit agencies, and what we're learning to help expand our footprint in this sector. Over to you, Justin.
Thank you, Lisa, and good afternoon, Chair Gower and Commission members. To begin, I'll provide you with a breakdown of OC Transpo's current advertising contracts. So currently we have 2 separate contractors for transit advertising. We have Pattison Outdoor Advertising, and they currently handle our stations, so including our O-Train Line 1 stations and our Transitway stations. They also handle our bus advertising, both interior and exterior advertising. And they also handle our O-Train Line 1 trains. We also have Branded Cities who manage on-street bus shelters in both print and digital formats. And the contracts and the advertising assets that are covered here are comparable to several other agencies that we looked at, including the TTC in Toronto and STM in Montreal. If I could get the next slide, please. In terms of structure, both contracts follow an industry standard approach of incentivizing the contractor to generate revenue on our behalf. To accomplish this, the city receives a minimum pre-negotiated guarantee or 60% of total advertising revenue, whichever is greater from month to month. During the pandemic, advertising revenue significantly decreased. However, over the last year, revenues from both contracts have risen, and it's expected that they will generate a combined $4.3 million in revenue for 2023. As Lisa mentioned, staff have been focused on working with our contractors on new revenue opportunities within these existing contracts. Branded Cities, for example, is working with staff on opportunities to expand the use of digital screens in bus shelters. In terms of the Pattison contract, an extension was signed in late 2022 that has added O-Train Line 1 advertising assets. And this has allowed us to implement new advertising spaces inside Line 1 stations. Once fully implemented, we expect to see more than $600,000 in new revenue from these Line 1 assets. I'll take you through a few examples over the next few slides that demonstrate the progress we've made thus far. If I could get the next slide. Thank you very much. So this is what we call a station domination, where a single advertiser can purchase large-scale ads to essentially blanket a very specific location. In this case, what you see is Lion Station. The Ottawa Senators took it over in November of 2022. Next slide, please. This is a look at a few of our Line 1 station murals. So our first sale in this format came in around late May of this year. And we're continuing to build that portfolio of murals from month to month going forward. So it's expanding right now. Currently, we're selling murals in stations, in Lion Station, Rideau Station, Parliament, U Ottawa, and Saint Laurent. So as I said, we're continuing to review additional locations with our contractor to expand the availability of this type of channel moving forward. Next slide, please. This is an example, this is an overpass mural that we've recently installed at Blair Station on both sides of the Highway 174 pedestrian overpass. Our first buyer was secured in September. It's, as you can see there, it's Nordica Cottage Cheese. And we're looking to get between medium to long-term clients on this particular channel. So between 3 and 6 months is what we're looking for out of this channel. So we're excited to see this added to our inventory. Next slide, please. This is an example from the Branded Cities contract of our digital bus shelter advertising panels. So work is ongoing, as I mentioned, with Branded Cities to look to increase the number of digital bus shelter screens that we have on the system. Currently, we have a set of 27 in the network, and we're looking to expand that number. These particular screens provide far more revenue potential as compared with a print print screen, I should say. Next slide, please. Looking ahead to the future of our advertising contracts, a new Branded Cities contract will be in effect beginning next year and continuing until 2028. We estimate an annual guarantee of $2.5 million on that particular contract. Our current contract with Pattison Advertising ends in 2025 with options to extend. Staff are continuing to explore opportunities to maximize revenue within these contracts, as I mentioned, including the introduction of advertising on Line 1 trains. In addition, city staff are working to expand large format digital out-of-home assets on city property with an emphasis on transit properties. To do that, we'll be collaborating with our colleagues in Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services and with our corporate real estate office. Looking into next year, we're excited to say that our contractor Pattison is also piloting exclusive new tools to leverage consumer and transit data and better measure the value of advertising on transit across the country, including in Ottawa. So we look forward to supporting that initiative as it's launched. Next slide. Oh, there we go. We're at sponsorship. Perfect. So now I'll move on to a discussion of our sponsorship and partnership activities. It's important to note that sponsorship agreements are guided by the City of Ottawa's corporate sponsorship and advertising policy. We routinely review the policy and consult with Recreation, Cultural, and Facilities. Sorry about that. We routinely review the policy and consult with Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services Sponsorship and Advertising Unit to leverage best practices. I'll lead you through OC Transpo's recent sponsorship, partnership, and related activities before providing you with the results of a comparative review conducted with other transit agencies just recently. Next slide, please. So at a high level, OC Transpo engages in sponsorship agreements to offset the costs associated with offering transit service and programs. These include in-kind agreements that provide advertising space or other benefits to OC Transpo in exchange for event shuttles and other services. You can see an example of this kind of agreement with Winterlude and the OLG Snow Bus on the top right of the slide. In the past, we've also engaged in this type of activity for events such as Doors Open. We also seek annual sponsorship to offset costs associated with free transit service, such as our New Year's Eve free service initiative. And you can see an example of our partnership with Safer Roads in Mad Ottawa on the bottom right. Next slide, please. To provide a fulsome overview, OC Transpo is also involved in cross-promotional activities with other brands originating from larger partnerships and agreements. We've included these types of cross-promotional arrangements as they do derive value for OC Transpo, transit customers, and partners. Examples include current agreements with TELUS for free Line 1 station Wi-Fi, Happy Goat Coffee Shop at Blair Station, and also free ticketed transit service to events, including Blues Fest, TD Place, and other events on a case-by-case basis, as you heard about earlier today. Next slide, please. So in order to assess how to move forward and expand our sponsorship and partnership offerings at OC Transpo, we've conducted a comparative scan of several transit agencies. This scan was very much a way to assess barriers faced by other agencies, how they address those barriers, and whether we can take away best practices or opportunities to help expand our offerings. It's important to note that we do ongoing benchmarking through the Ontario Public Transit Association's Marketing Committee and through participation in a non-fare revenue working group that's comprised of agencies from across Canada, the United States, as well as from international. For this comparator scan, we leverage these existing connections with our peer agencies. The scan involved an initial survey with 12 survey responses received, mainly from agencies across Canada. Follow-up meetings were held with our 6 closest comparators in order to gain a deeper insight into their day-to-day activities on this front. And so here you'll see these agencies in no particular order: Calgary Transit, TransLink in Vancouver, the TTC in Toronto, Edmonton Transit, the Société de Transport de Montréal, and the Chicago Transit Authority. Next slide, please. So in conducting the scan, we identified several common challenges to establishing and expanding a robust sponsorship and partnership program. These include staffing resources needed to solicit, draft, and implement agreements, and balancing resources against competing priorities. We also saw limited interest from sponsors as a barrier in a competitive space for marketing dollars, where potential sponsors can favor dealing with the expertise of marketing agencies over public sector organizations. Legal review timelines and lack of delegated authority was also a barrier and prevented the execution of timely sponsorship agreements. There's also complexities in sponsor coordination and interpretation of existing agreements. In other words, the signing of an agreement is only the beginning of a larger life cycle of that agreement. Next slide, please. Just a few additional challenges to note. Sponsorship agreements can sometimes compete or interfere with the scope of existing advertising contracts, reducing the overall revenue for a transit agency. So you'll see that when it comes to sponsorship agreements that are signed with an exclusivity clause, and it prevents the advertising vendor from selling ads in that space, just as an example. There's also challenges in achieving stakeholder consensus on a suitable sponsor that does not infringe on municipal and transit brand identity. So we saw that quite extensively across the board in our scan. The opposite is also true. There's a real or perceived risk for potential sponsors in associating their brand with a transit agency. And finally, potential sponsorship activities can also compete with transit system wayfinding and customer information needs. So that was always a notable barrier in multiple agencies. Next slide, please. But the good news, the opportunity is there. Despite these common challenges, the scan revealed that public transit remains an appealing opportunity for sponsors due to several factors. Transit has a unique set of advertising channels and mobile assets that travel into the heart of communities across the city. Transit agencies can offer a large array of print, digital, and out-of-home assets and can help generate earned media for a company looking to raise its profile or generate impressions. Large, diverse local audiences can be targeted using an array of focused advertising channels. For example, if you think about certain market segments, such as university students who use public transit at very specific stations and times of day, this creates value for an advertiser looking to reach a specific audience. The leveraging of consumer and transit data by our contractors, as I referenced before, will also further increase the ability of transit advertising to target specific audiences. So there's a lot of value in that type of data for an advertiser. Strong brand recognition is also a factor. So transit agency brands are often recognizable and embedded into a community, providing good opportunities for alignment from business partners. And there's also transit's role as a connector of communities, which creates an emotional appeal that brands are often looking for when seeking sponsorship opportunities. Next slide, please. There were a few other observations we made in conducting our scan, which helped us to understand how we measure up. So in-kind arrangements with community events, festivals, or other parties often to promote transit are the most common type of agreement that we saw. These types of arrangements tend to be less formal, avoid the legal review required for more formal agreements, and carry a heavy cross-promotional element. Another observation is that there are limited instances of a fully staffed sponsorship unit at our comparator agencies, with most activities being carried out by staff who manage operational activities, often related to communications and marketing. Similarly, OC Transpo does not currently have staff dedicated to soliciting and maintaining sponsorship agreements. So we do rely heavily on our marketing and communications roles for that function, and we also rely on our corporate partners in our sponsorship office as well. The use of external vendors and resources to solicit agreements has worked well at certain agencies, and that was something we really picked up on quite extensively. This can include leveraging advertising contractors or a naming rights broker. But it should be noted that it's not a perfect solution, as there remains a significant coordination and approval role within the transit agency. It's important to note that sponsorship and naming rights are out of the scope of our current transit advertising contracts that I took you through earlier. And finally, naming rights agreements remain rare, even when using external resources. So the only example we identified among our comparators was in Calgary, where they have a named sponsor for a free fare zone offered in their downtown. Chicago has a naming rights vendor, but has not managed to close an agreement for the duration of that contract thus far. So it's been a few years. The overall bottom line is the good news. After conducting this scan, OC Transpo is keeping pace with other agencies as we meet, or in some cases exceed, the activities of our closest comparators. Next slide, please. Just to demonstrate that a little bit more closely, this slide takes you through how we compare against a subset of comparator agencies in some areas of sponsorship activities. So you'll see consistency in most areas between OC Transpo, Toronto's TTC, and the Chicago Transit Authority. With respect to the way sponsorship activities are managed, both the TTC and Chicago use external contractors to develop sponsorship and partnerships. TTC works with Pattison Outdoor Advertising, so our advertising contractor as well, under the scope of their existing advertising contract, while Chicago is partnered with a vendor for their sponsorship, Intersection, and a separate vendor for their naming rights. In the case of Chicago, use of an external vendor has allowed for a higher volume of sponsorship activities. Again, you'll see naming rights agreements have not been implemented. The main barrier Chicago has referenced is the length of term that they want, so about 20 years for a naming rights agreement at a station. They've tried to settle for 10 years, but it's not preferred. And also the upfront costs associated with this type of agreement from the advertiser are not always feasible. So instead, they've moved towards shorter term takeovers by advertisers, so as like in the case of our Sens domination. I'll now turn it back over to Lisa to provide some concluding words regarding our next steps on sponsorship and advertising. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin, for the great summary and insight. As we look ahead into next year, it's important to note that we're continuing to maximize revenue with both advertising contractors, with both our advertising contractors, and we're also identifying and implementing new ways to generate revenue. My team is providing Renee with bi-weekly reporting and metrics to share our progress. And we are also continuing to benchmark our progress through the Ontario Public Transit Association and our non-fare revenue working group to ensure that we follow the best practices and learn new trends. I am happy to announce that Justin, who you've heard from here today, was recently elected vice chair of Opta's marketing committee, which will increase OC Transpo's profile on the committee and allow us to have a better advocate for an agenda relevant to our programs and services. Our team is moving forward with soliciting a sponsorship agreement for the December 31st New Year's Eve free transit service, supported by Recreational, Cultural, and Facility Services Sponsorship and Advertising Unit, as well as with legal services. We hope to have some news on this very soon. At this time, we're also reinforcing our efforts within both advertising and sponsorship by reviewing the potential for new or existing partners to help us solicit, execute, and maintain agreements to generate business on OC Transpo's behalf. Given our limited staffing and the fact that we're addressing other 5-year roadmap priorities, we believe that this is the correct first step to take. Thank you for your time today, and that's the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. We have some questions, starting with Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the report. It's good to see this. Can you just clarify for me 2023 advertising revenue and sponsorship revenue? What are those numbers?
Just
unlocking my
unlocking
laptop.
the laptop.
There we go. So for 2023, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 2023, we're estimating revenue from advertising at $4.3 million between our two contracts. To date, we haven't finalized agreements on the sponsorship front, but we expect that to happen for our New Year's free transit service.
Okay, and do you know pre-COVID, like 2019, what was our advertising revenue?
Yeah, absolutely. Between our two contracts in 2019, we generated about $4.2 million in advertising revenue. So our contracts have definitely rebounded from the COVID-19 pandemic when they were down between 40 and 60%.
Okay, thank you. And what I took away from your presentation is that there are a number of challenges with sponsorship for transit, offsetting transit fares for people on a particular day in particular. Let's say I'm a big corporation and I call you, the team, and I say, hi, I want to sponsor a Canada Day service for the entire city of Ottawa. We'll hammer out what this would cost. What's the process? What do you have to go through? I know you've explained some of that, but are you saying, no, we don't have time. We have a lot of hoops we have to get city's permission. Like, what do you have to go through to determine, how do you know the corporation would be a well-received name? There could be public pushback. What process do you go through?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. To begin, we would not turn away any prospective sponsors that were showing interest. The first step we would take would be to engage with our colleagues at our corporate sponsorship and advertising office to review the request. We'd attempt to follow best practices to develop an agreement. I think the biggest barrier that was identified throughout our comparative scanning was the difficulty in actually soliciting sponsorship and tracking down those agencies or those third parties that might have interest in sponsorship. That in itself is an expertise in and of itself, the business development aspect. So if we were approached and we could fast track that in a way where we wouldn't have to seek out that sponsor, that definitely makes it significantly easier. So yeah, we would definitely connect with our partners at our corporate sponsorship office and take the proper steps to get an agreement in place.
Thank you. And my last question is just if you could clarify advertisements right now on the trains. Do they exist? Buses, I see ads. I was just talking with, I think it was Councillor Hill the other day about this, but you know, when I was younger, you couldn't find a spot on the bus. It was completely loaded with advertising. Now it looks about 50%. Is that a change in our own strategy on advertising, or is it just because we just don't have similar demand for advertising that we used to? And going back to my first question, what's the holdup on the train advertising? I thought this was an articulated priority by the Transit Commission the last term of council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's two parts to your question that I can answer. The first part on the train advertising is that we're continuing to work with our contractor and with staff to develop a process to implement advertising on trains. It was recently added to the scope of Patterson's contract in the last extension in 2022. So we're continuing to work through some barriers operationally to getting those advertisements up on trains. I believe the second part of your question was regarding interior bus advertising. Right now, exterior bus advertising remains one of the most popular products that Pattison sells, so that remains very probably the most popular channel right now. Interior bus advertising is seeing a slightly less demand right now just due to ridership levels or perceived exposure that those advertisements get. They still remain a healthy channel, and if you're on a bus, not quite sold out right now, is my understanding from Pattison. But they are continuing to advocate for that channel as ridership continues to rebound.
Just like to add a component. Last week, we had a meeting with Pattison to talk about sponsorship opportunities as well as advertising on trains, at stations, etc. You know, they are not the only shop in town, so we are going to be looking at others, but we want to make sure that we, you know, have the right options. There are all kinds of new opportunities that we can explore with respect to digital boards and stations, things like that. We need to take a look at those, find out what the what the implications are with respect to what our investment would have to be, or if there would be one. But also, so we're doing all of that work now just to determine, what other opportunities exist. And as Justin said, we're not advertising on trains yet, but we're working on that through our folks at operations, as well as the folks who are at the Belfast yard.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. As part of the process, it kind of builds on the line one, the LRT advertising bit. As part of the process, are there any challenges with the fact that there is an additional layer of people that you have to work with? I'm not saying they're difficult people, but it's just the fact that there is a layer of RTG there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Yeah, we're continuing to work with staff at RTG and our train maintainers and our system maintainers. We've developed good relationships on that front. We've developed solid processes for the advertising channels that we have in place right now. There's definitely a learning curve when you introduce new assets onto a system, but we've been able to work with the various stakeholders to smooth out the process. Some channels present more of a risk to operations, or to not risk, but more of an inconvenience to operation than others. So it's there's definitely not a one size fits all solution when implementing advertising space, and so we treat each on a case by case basis.
Okay. And out of curiosity, a lot of times, a lot of the ads are City of Ottawa advertising, OC Transpo advertising, nonprofits advertising on buses. Do they get charged a different rate? Do they not have to pay, or that's the question.
So there's a few different scenarios there. As part of our contract, the city does have free space to use on every channel that's under scope of the contract. So for example, if you see a tap and ride, bus ad on the exterior, we've tapped into our free space for that. So we only pay for the production costs and not the media fees. In some cases, we can work with partners, as you see with the OLG Snow Bus, to leverage our free space and cross-promoting with another brand or another organization. But in most other cases, that organization would be charged the appropriate rate based on Patterson's current contract.
Okay. And then second last question, sort of. When an advertiser, let's say an advertiser buys out an ad on a bus or wraps the entire bus, are there opportunities for them to also add little stipulations like, I want this bus? Let's say Carleton wraps a bus and they say, hey, I want this bus to always be on the 7.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. That's definitely a challenge we face. Not a challenge, but we do get those requests for, if we can target a certain area. And the truth is that buses are not linked to certain routes, that we have to constantly, position buses throughout the system to meet demand or to meet cancellations, et cetera. So we're not able to link advertising to a certain route necessarily. But Pattison does have recommendations they make to overcome these limitations. Appropriate levels of advertising that would blanket the city to get the message out. And with our shift into looking at more of a data-driven advertising on transit assets, I think that'll help to shape that as well.
Okay, thanks very much. One thing I would add is Metrolinx Go Transit. They do have a naming arrangement with Durham College at Oshawa Go. So in case it was missed, it was a 10-year agreement. So just for your note.
Yeah, absolutely. We had meetings with Metrolinx. Thank you, Chair. We had meetings with Metrolinx. We don't consider Metrolinx as our closest comparator just because of the size and scale and the complexity of that system. But no, I definitely agree with you. There's
okay. One day you can get Subway to paint a giant sub by the escalator at Rideau Station. That'd be fun.
All right, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much and congratulations. This is nice to get this good news and nice way to end this meeting. I think that digital option is probably one of the best options wherever we can. I'm wondering if whenever we have any kind of an emergency, if we wanted to put information out onto digital boards, how easily can we do that if we don't necessarily own them all? Like, is there a way that we could quickly do that if we know hydro, big storm?
Thank you, Chair. Currently, we're able to put out information throughout our transit information screens at stations. And as we expand that channel to include more digital assets with our contractors, we would stipulate the ability to take over that channel if needed. An example right now is the REM in Montreal. They've just opened and they've just instituted a series of digital assets that include the ability to for that agency takeover in the event of important information needing to reach customers.
Super. I would encourage us to be able to always be thinking along those lines. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Advertising on our fleet occasionally comes up as an issue with respect to the content. I'm just wondering, what is council's next opportunity to weigh in on the advertising policy? I presume we'll be asked to weigh in on a new contract with Pattison at some point, or is that entirely delegated to you?
The standards that we work to are governed by our city or our corporate sponsorship office. I believe right now they're in the process of reviewing those standards, and we adhere closely to those standards. Our contractors are, as part of their scope, required to review every advertisement to ensure it meets the city's current advertising and sponsorship standards. And I'm sorry, the second half of your question was with regards to
yeah, like, do we have a chance to weigh in on that? I anticipate that the next time council has an opportunity to weigh in on content, that we may go in a different direction or beyond just current advertising standards on things like fossil fuel advertisement and some of the social issues that are out there. So when is our next opportunity, a natural opportunity to weigh in on content?
Yeah, so my understanding is that our corporate sponsorship and advertising unit is currently looking at the review of those standards, and they're going to bring something to the appropriate committee when they're ready to make that recommendation.
Amazing. Okay. Hot 89.9 has got their breakfast show ads on your station right now. A friend of mine did the photography for that. Awesome. Like I for anyone who's listening to this meeting, you can make a lot of impact with a bus shelter ad. So I hope people are still taking a look at those in this day and age. Some great photography there. Thanks.
Councillor DesRoches.
Yeah, thank you. How soon will you be able to get advertising on the Trillium stations and Trillium line once that eventually comes into operation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Right now, what we're trying to do right now is determine a lot of the logistics behind how that all works, right? Because with the person has to physically go in and change the signage. It becomes difficult when trains are in the yard and there's a that's for Trillium, but that's what it is for line one. For Trillium, that situation is slightly different. I'll let Justin explain.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the question. Right now, the scope of our contract with Pattison is strictly for line one assets. For line 2 and 4, we're exploring that as part of a more fulsome review and procurement process that will include all O-Train system assets once stage 2 is complete. So to answer your question, we will be looking at instituting advertising on lines 2 and 4 as part of a larger process with supply and a larger procurement process.
Great, and I hope that won't be too much of a delay, as we need the revenue. I mean, at the end of the day, we had the update on the long range financial plan for transit, and we've had the public saying, "What are you doing about bridging the gap?" And this is a big part of it. So I'm certainly behind this, but we need to start to see the revenue coming in. So hopefully that won't be too long of a delay. So what you're not telling me there is a structural problem in the sense that the stations are new and we have to wait, for warranty considerations or different things like that. I would hope that, again, once the system's up and running, that within a short period of time, people would start to see some advertising on these new stations. for line 2 and 4. So there's no structural issues. You need to set that up. Like it's not related to the turnover process. That's my question.
Thank you, Chair. Our current contract with Pattison Advertising ends in 2025. And as part of this process, we'll be reviewing with supply to determine the best course of action in terms of the next procurement step to evolve our advertising offerings to include lines 2 and 4.
So you would wait till 2025, even though the line's coming into operations in 2020, in spring of 2024. Is that what you're saying?
Thanks for the question. Again, Mr. Chair, we're going to be, our talks with Pattison continue, as well as, you know, with all of the folks that we're dealing with right now, as we explore this issue. So the answer to your question is not necessarily, we're not going to necessarily wait till 2025. We just have to determine what the best options are going forward. And we can come back to this committee when we have that, when we have more information.
Okay, because when I hear talks with Pattison, like really this is our decision to either amend that or to kind of refoot this as far as whatever procurement process you need to go through for that relationship. So, okay, as long as I and I hear that you know, we're going to do our best to get the revenue rolling in on the new line. Last question is just again on that new line. We thankfully, as part of that project, the Trillium project, built a number of grade separated spots, like at Leitrim, where the Trillium line crosses at Leitrim. And would it be within scope that we would be able to put advertising, either billboards or some other kind of wrap or what have you around those crossings?
Thank you, Chair. We're currently reviewing all possible possibilities in terms of advertising channels, and we'll certainly be exploring them as part of future contracts as they're negotiated.
Okay, so you're saying that you're not limited to the stations or on the vehicles. You will look at other geographical locations that would, I would say, naturally be inclined to have an advertising opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Chair. An example being the overpass murals at Blair Station.
Yeah.
We looked at that as being an opportunity that was outside of a typical station format that would allow us to generate revenue from a new opportunity, a new channel. So we'll continue to take that type of a lens to the system going forward.
Okay, and sorry, this will be my last question. Did I hear you say you will not consider wrapping the trains at this point? On the one hand, I'm inclined to agree, given sort of what we're going through with the reliability of that system, and I would accept that. But is that what I heard, that the exterior of the trains you are not contemplating at this point in time?
Je réponds à celle-là. Ouais. Je parle en français, alors.
Oui, en
I'll answer
français.
this one. I'll let my personnel talk today. We have a team in place that are responsible of advertising and sponsorship. It's a very small team. We're using a lot of external contractors for more revenues. My vision is to go and get $10 to $15 million per year. But I'll be honest with you. I'm really putting the focus on the light train system. It doesn't mean that with the team, we don't have a long-term vision. But I think we'll have to discuss it. Of course, we will come back to the commission. We have good specialists within OC Transpo. And I think we can even help other public transit agencies. It's not only for advertising. It's about the knowledge. It's been years and years that we have transit ways. And there are other options across the world. We're not using fully everything that we have within the Ottawa system. It will not be today, but I hope that one day we will be able to sit and have some fun and see how far we can go with our advertising and sponsorship team. What we'd like to do is to generate revenues for people that are working for us to bring back more revenues. It's clear for us that we're looking for money everywhere, and this could be a nice possibility. We won't get 50 millions, but we can move from 4 to 10 and 15 million. We need a vision, we need a plan, and new ideas. We can come back to you maybe next year. It will not be 2023 though. Thank you so much for your answer. At least we can see that you're open to new ideas. There's a need to generate more revenues. I am anxious to see what you can propose. Thank you.
I had one question. 4.3 million this year is good. Do we have any estimates on what the total value of our current inventory is, or do we have a target that we could achieve realistically in the next couple of years?
Hey, Mr. Chair, we don't have that number in front of me in terms of the maximum, the total value of all assets. I can get back to you with that figure. This year, our focus has been on bringing a few of our Line 1 assets online, station murals and other things that I showcased earlier. We set some internal targets on what we thought that might be, but nothing formal at this point. Right now, we're just continuing to maximize revenue within the current contract.
Okay, yeah, I think I'd be happy. Oh, you wanted to add something, Lisa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that, again, we're starting those meetings with these companies like Pattison to see if they can start to set out plans for us in the 2, 5, 10-year area and just give us an idea of what the potential is and where we can start to really maximize those spaces. So we're hoping to have some more information soon about that.
Yep, that'd be helpful for us to understand the potential of this program for revenue. Any other questions? I don't think so. Right, we need to receive this. So is this report received? Received. Thank you very much for the presentation. There are no in-camera items today. Are there any notices of motion? No. Are there any inquiries? All right. No other business today. So we are adjourned and our next meeting is November 14th. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.